bedroom, taking my time so I'm never forgetting. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Tell me, can you keep up? I won't stay out of the trouble, man. No time left for sneaking around. I only want to hustle, man. No point trying to argue or just hide the facts behind it, man. I'm at the institution, I'm just happy I survived it, man. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now everybody with me and they turning 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 up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. All the time that was stolen, yeah, from the drugs we were rolling. And the police patrolling, I'm lucky my ass didn't end up in Goldman. I was drunk with the heavyweights, pop a pill, let it work, watch me meditate. Guess now I can educate, help a brother really try and find a better way. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to live it up. I can never go and give it up. You can't sugarcoat the cinnamon. Lost every battle, now I'm winning one. Appreciate the freedom. Up in the kingdom of heaven. I'm just lit with my brethren, taking my time so I'm never forgetting. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Tell me, can you keep up? I won't stay out of the trouble, man. No time left for sneaking around. I only want to hustle, man. No point trying to argue or just hide the facts behind it, man. I'm at the institution, I'm just happy I survived it, man. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. everybody with me and they turning up. Now 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 I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. All the time that was stolen, yeah, from the drugs we were rolling, and the police patrolling. I'm lucky my ass didn't end up in going. I was drunk with the heavyweights, pop a pill, let it work, watch me meditate. Guess now I can educate, help a brother really try and find a better way. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to live it up. I can never go and give it up. You can't sugarcoat the cinnamon. Lost every battle, now I'm winning one. Appreciate the freedom. Up in the kingdom of heaven. I'm just lit with my brethren, taking my time so I'm never forgetting. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Tell me, can you keep up? I won't stay out of the trouble, man. No time left for sneaking around. I only want to hustle, man. No point trying to argue or just hide the facts behind it, man. I'm at the institution, I'm just happy I survived it, man. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now everybody with me and they turning 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 up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. All the time that was stolen, yeah, from the drugs we were rolling, and the police patrolling. I'm lucky my ass didn't end up in going. I was drunk with the heavyweights, pop a pill, let it work, watch me meditate. Guess now I can educate, help a brother really try and find a better way. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to live it up. I can never go and give it up. You can't sugarcoat the cinnamon. Lost every battle, now I'm winning one. Appreciate the freedom. Up in the kingdom of heaven. I'm just lit with my brethren, taking my time so I'm never forgetting. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Tell me, can you keep up? I won't stay out of the trouble, man. No time left for sneaking around. I only want to hustle, man. No point trying to argue or just hide the facts behind it, man. I'm at the institution, I'm just happy I survived it, man. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up.
Wish for a great future humanity, and this alien issue will be taken care of. It's not you and I that's going to physically do it, in a sense, for now. But in the future, it'll be taken care of. But as long as these things are taken care of, as a human race, we should improve ourselves. I should improve myself on a daily basis. Everybody should improve themselves, their ethics, and not harming each other. And this whole clique of conservatives and liberals and different kind of things, it's not working out too well. and clicky of, oh, he's my friend, he's not my friend, or she's my friend. And that's the main issue. We should always make sure we go based off of virtue, based off of ethics, and not emotion. It's emotions that are used against us. Emotions is the biggest tool that they have that attaches to technology. So we can have the greatest technology as long as our ethics are above our technology at all times, and our awareness. Ethics and awareness, very, very important. And having no fear. We really should have no fear. I would say I almost have no fear. 99.9% I would say I have no fear. I fear maybe things I couldn't control. What would that be? If I'm on a commercial flight, I would feel like, well, I'm not flying the flight. I'm not the pilot. So maybe at the moment I can't control the plane and something happens. So I would have maybe fear there. I'd have more fear then if you put me in a room with 20 lions and gave me a sword. I probably wouldn't have much fear there. So, but if you put me on a commercial flight, I would have a little more fear there than I would with a room full of lions, as long as you give me a sword. So that's the thing. So then maybe that's an issue I have. Maybe I should trust the pilot or the universe more. Or maybe I thought maybe these damn aliens want to take me out. Just ending with a pun or a joke. But so, yeah, improving ourselves, not having fear of anything, really. That's really, really important. It's hard to do, but it can be done, from what I heard. A wise man almost taught me, even with diseases. For every disease, 30% is physical, 70% is mental. So with fear, a disease, it can kill us faster. So mind over body is very, very important. This is F0rce.2, the AI organization. Follow me on Twitter. It's just geopolitical mostly. I put out some UFO things. See why.
everybody with me and they turning up. Now 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 I got the remedy and start to whip it up. Now I got the remedy and
as though these people are not going through an initiation. They're not being punished for anything, but they're notables and people of influence. Now, we don't know this, but I'm surmising why these individuals would have the black eye, why they would have the reptilian consciousness. Person, it's inhabited.
Time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. All the time that was stolen, yeah, from the drugs we were rolling. And the police patrolling, I'm lucky my ass didn't end up in Goldman. I was drunk with the heavyweights, pop a pill, let it work, watch me meditate. Guess now I can educate, help a brother really try and find a better way. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to live it up. I can never go and give it up. You can't sugarcoat the cinnamon. Lost every battle, now I'm winning one. Appreciate the freedom. Up in the kingdom of heaven. I'm just lit with my brethren, taking my time so I'm never forgetting. Now everybody with me and they turning up. 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 Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Now I got the remedy, it's time to whip it up. Tell me, can you keep up? I won't stay out of the trouble, man. No time left for sneaking around. I only want to hustle, man. No point trying.
And which I picked up a while ago. Actually, I couldn't pick it up because it's oh, I keep hitting the wrong thing. What have I done? Don't hit the wrong keyboard. Get the wrong keyboard out of the way.
Miles, there is one foil I would like to play in. Can I send it to you in the chat so that you open it? Or because share screen is a bit difficult because then everybody.
Why don't you just send it on WeTransfer and I'll edit it in later.
Okay. I can send it by email.
Yeah, WeTransfer.com. Is it a large file?
No, small one. I can send it per email. Simple email should do.
It's just to find if you send it on Skype.
Also possible.
It takes a while. But you're looking very well.
Okay.
I've just put my recorders into record, so we can chat away or do whatever.
Wait, I need to close a couple of windows here. That was a mistake, opening my browser.
Oh no. Not the open the browser problem.
No, then Facebook kicks in and all the messages make beep,
yeah.
beep, beep, beep,
Yeah,
beep, and everything gets self-activated. So I don't need that now. Okay, Miles. Should I give you?
Yeah. First of all, Merry Christmas to the Bases 2020 conference for Christmas. So how are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm actually in perfect condition.
Good. That's good to hear, actually. I have been trying to find the original lecture you did way back in 2015 about the black goo. I have it on tape, But I'm planning to, because of all the YouTube things, I'm planning to sort of put that all together and launch it on a different channel, just in case everything goes belly up.
Mhm.
But it's December 2020, and what do you want to say? What you doing these days?
We are in the middle of community building. This is one thing that occupies a lot of attention and time, and it's really difficult to deal with the different approaches people have to life. Because for me and my girlfriend, it's all about self-healing, and basically just watching the world around us heal as a reflection of our self-healing. Just watching the miracles develop and happen. And most of the other people have kind of a hard time with that approach. And some of them prefer drama, interaction, and victim-perpetrator games, and rather being numb from all sorts of drugs, and soft ones, of course. But still, it's kind of many different approaches, and we are in the third attempt of community building now, and the first one failed grandiosely, and now we're in the third one, trying to apply some more tolerance and openness to other accesses to organizing oneself's life.
Well,
So that's what's happened.
This is really fascinating because there's quite a few people are wanting to set something up. There's this idea of people because of the grand solar minimum and the crops getting wet and all this stuff about we can't mention that, these terrible things, stresses people are going through. People are buying property down in Spain and Romania. They're setting up communities and things like that. Could you show by example what goes wrong? What are the do's and don'ts?
My first observation was just from looking at communities that actually they all drown in drama-based problems. One big thing is it's all about who fucks with whom and why not with me.
This
is kind of the dominant topic kind of people seem to deal with. And the other one is that you always have those codependencies and fucked up relationships that play into the social interaction. And it's all about who steals whom energy. So it's like the good intention doesn't count much. The question is, what kind of people do we work with, and do they have the topics to still deal with, or are they through with self-healing? So this is why we came up with this approach that we rather start small, take in one by one, take in people one by one, make sure that they go through all the healing processes to be beyond drama interaction, to be beyond energy sucking games. And so that was like igniting community with a few people, and twice it turned out that those who promised that they are exactly in for this just after a while realized that it's hard work to go into self-healing, and that actually being messed up and drama-based is more convenient than doing the real thing. And so it crumbled to bits and pieces twice. And that was kind of sad, because it's not about liking or not liking the people. It's just about different modes of interaction. And somebody who's not drama-based, he can't just communicate with somebody who is drama-based, because it's a completely different language, and then things simply don't work. So now with the third attempt, we have a structure that basically respects the fact that my girlfriend and I are just basically not nibbling on the last dramas in between the two of us, but towards strangers and friends, we are actually drama free. And this is kind of the core structure, and people around us self-organize in between each other. And they get as much contact to us as they want to, with really funny effects, like some of them get diarrhea the moment they get too close to us, because the biochemistry starts to self-heal, and then there's an instant Herxheimer reaction that triggers detoxing from the intestines. And so people can choose freely how close they want to be to us, and in between each other, you've got all these drama interactions still going on, because apparently they are necessary for realizing what needs to be healed. So this works much better, although it's still a bit lonely in the core. But yeah, this is kind of the last approach we took. And the real problem actually is people. The core problems, most of the people don't have access to life force and to divine love internally in their system. So they seek for both from their companions. And this is automatically creating those energetic and attention-based scarcity games of who is providing whom with energy. This is one of the basic things. And the other thing is, the basic thing that is problematic is the projection issue. If some sort of drama pops up, most of the people will locate the reason for the drama in the outer world. It's always the other one that is messing it up, that did a mistake, that should change to get things into a better state, and this core acknowledgement, affirmation, I face the things I face because I am who I am, taking over full responsibility for everything that crosses my path, and realizing only if I change myself, different things can cross my path as a reflection of myself. This core recognition of taking full responsibility, full self-responsibility for everything that is happening around me. This is something you hardly find in people. It's rare as a quality. But it does more and more appear with people, but it's still like a very, very, very non-dense cluster of people, a couple of them on each continent that don't have contact with each other except of internet relationships. So, but I'm kind of positive that in the nearer future we will meet more people of that quality also in our neighborhood. So, looking forward to that.
I mean, that's a lot of growing up for people. I mean,
yes.
Are
but
they able to handle that? I mean, obviously, it's a big deal.
It's possible. It's possible. If I remember, like how much time healing processes took a couple of years ago. Going through one topic was costing half a year, 3/4 of a year until it was dissolved. But the time quality on the spiritual plane is so quick now that you can go through a healing process in an afternoon and it's done. It's all a question of, are people willing to go there, and do they have the right tools available to process healing in such a quick manner? And the tools can be learned. Like I really love to quote that website, but whoever is looking for generalized tools for spiritual health, self-healing, can go to zingdad.com, to Arne Arlingham. He's Cape Town based, and he's offering meditative cycles like 30-day meditations where you learn the entire tool set you need to fix all of your trauma, all of your soul splits, integrate all of your previous lifetimes. And when you're done with this cycle, you have full memory of all the lifetimes you had on this plane. and every single experience is fully reintegrated into yourself. And you can learn the tools in 30 days, and you can do the job in a couple of months. So it's all a matter of what do I dedicate myself to? Am I willing to go through also the pain of actually going through the processes themselves? Because healing is always connected to some painful experience. It's at least, or on the spot, exactly the pain that caused the damage needs to be revisited. And most of the people tend to not want to go there. So this is what costs time, but it's not necessary. Once I gathered the experience that just re-meeting those pains and getting through the healing afterwards, everything is much better. And it's only a moment of feeling something. So what? But if you stand in front of it, it seems like a real challenge. And not many go there and take that.
So how do you what do people do, or how do new people come? How do they approach doing this process? I mean, who do you call? Do you call on the internet, or I mean, how does this process start for those new people?
In our case, people find me because I'm available online. And then they, send an email, and we start to exchange a little bit about who's who and what's next in each other's lives. And sometimes people, after a while of being in contact, come to visit. And some of them then decide to buy a house in one of the villages around. So this is how the community is growing. It's all basically growing around my farm, in the villages around my farm. I'm in the middle of nowhere, so there are a couple of villages around, and buildings are available to rent or to buy. So more and more people decide to want to be part of that process and settle somewhere in my vicinity. So the
important thing is you're not living on top of each other. You're not in one building and somebody lives in one bit. This is a much more open. And is this in East Germany, or what part of the world are you talking about?
That's in East Germany. That's kind of halfway between Berlin and Hamburg.
And you're in the wonderful countryside.
Yes. Small villages, like 300 people per village, 300 to 500 people. Lots of space in between, lots of forest in between, not very dense populated area. And everyone that buys a house here automatically gets like 4,000, 5,000 square meters of garden land to it. It's this type of villages that have only one road, and then the lots are to the left and to the right, going far into the fields, having basically enough garden land to self-supply straight behind the buildings. So it's a good architectural tradition to live in a self-supplying mode.
It's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
But it's there to find yourself. Is that right? I mean,
it's definitely there to get creative, and being creative is always very healthy for the soul. And for myself, I kind of like to be able to do everything myself. So on the building side, I'm laying the pipes and doing the electricity and fixing the roofs and building new roofs with wooden beams. So this is my idea of culture. Culture is what every adult can do. I'm not so much into this type of highly specialized culture where you have like 10 million people specialized on something nobody else understands, and then you don't communicate, but you work together to do things that normally are not achievable, and then you mass produce them somewhere. I mean, this is automatically leading to a culture of consumers, and I more prefer the culture of producers, where it's not so sophisticated, but every single item that is produced is more a direct expression of creativity. With a longer lifespan than the usual 2 years of industrial goods, and then they fall apart and land on the one big rubbish dump. So if I build something, I rather build it for the next 5 generations and make it an expression of myself, like a cupboard or a table or a building or whatever.
Is this something like the Russian thing? What's that? Nastasia? No, not Nastasia.
Anastasia. Yes. We run on the basically on the same idea of what a human can be. It's very close to Anastasia. Also, the spiritual capabilities everyone can develop with self-healing. It always contains clairvoyance, the ability to travel in the astral and to do things non-locally, to observe things non-locally, to be in condition-free, unlimited compassion with whatever one decides to call in. Like I can sit down in meditation and say, I feel the collective of the Iraqi people. And then I just need to open my emotional body, and everything that is commonly felt in Syria or in Iraq flows through my emotional body, and I can just, by compassion, say they're fine at the moment, they live in fear. It's for us, it's difficult to enter Berlin, because Berlin is just a huge bubble of fear at the moment. And if you go there with an open spirit and you're not prepared for that emotional field, we had people from our community going there, collapsing at the cashier in the supermarket with shivering knees because the emotional fields are too strong. And it becomes a completely different world once basically the topics within each and every one are solved to a degree where all the innate abilities of a human being come back to existence, like being in compassion, being sensitive. And it's covering everything: smell, taste. It's like we always wonder how cats can read the newspapers and dogs when they walk down a street, reading the stories of every other pet animal that has peed somewhere out of the smell of the pee. This is not something humanity never had. It's something that comes back when we stop polluting ourselves.
Could you explain that again? But obviously, this is something that every pet does and things. But what are they perceiving? What's something?
I could try to describe it. When I have a guest that drinks alcohol and eats meat and goes to have a pee on my toilet, and even after 3 days when I go into the bathroom, I could exactly describe what he did during the weeks when he was not at my place. It's like a newspaper. It's you can read every sin against the body out of the smell the body is producing. And
in other words, producing by way of waste, so it gets rid of these things.
The body, of course, if you put something into the body is not prepared to keep that inside. So it starts to self-clean. So it is in the sweat, and it is in the poo, and is in the pee. It's everywhere. So you can
and the breath.
And the breath, yes. And most of the humans smell like corpses, but they don't realize, because they don't even smell each other from what they eat day in, day out.
And did you feel that this mask thing that everybody's having to wear, is that doing even more harm to them by pushing that back into them?
It's depriving us from oxygen, so the entire immune system is collapsing. And the risk of bacterial co-infections are quite high, unless you change every 20 minutes. like it should be according to the books, but nobody does that. I don't see people changing their masks. Most of them have just self-made ones, which they never change. And the last one, my youngest son had an streptococcus in German, streptococcus, bacterial infection covering his nose. He looked like a zombie for a couple of weeks. But no, this is not related to the mask. He's still blaming me for not wearing one.
How do you feel that this psychology, what mindset people are now in with all this masks and stuff? And what's the intention of the people forcing that?
Fear is an instrument of control. If you manage to drive people into fear, you can just suggest any solution and they will accept it out of fear. So it's just a tool to control people. And this entire pandemic that doesn't even have an existing core anymore, because as far as I know, the thing mutated to something that is has 0 to close to 0 symptoms, but spreads like hell. So everybody is getting immunized by the harmless form of COVID. And the one that did have those nasty symptoms at the very, very beginning, it's not even getting a grip on people anymore, because the harmless forms are much quicker, and then you're immune against the not harmless one. So the problem, in my view, doesn't even exist anymore. So they just keep up their narrative, and they see how far they can drive people into slavery and into obeying stupid rules, and they make it as stupid as possible just to see how far they get with it. I mean, from the medical point of view, nothing they do makes sense. It's a complete non-scientific, 100% politic-driven agenda. It has nothing to do with medicine. If you really look into medicine, then there is something the body does frequently, which is a self-cleaning program. You catch a cold, you catch a virus, because your mucoid skin needs to extract toxins. If your liver and your kidneys do not 100% do the job, then you start detoxing a bit over the skin or over the mucoid skin. And if you have an overload of toxins in the mucoid skin, you need a virus to expel them. You need, and the immune system is opening that portal to make the virus replicate. This all is frequency-based self-organization of the body. So catching a flu every now and then or catching a cold is just a beautiful detoxing program. If you get a fever once a year, then the fever kills all the tiny little cancer cells that might pop up every now and then and here in the body. So it's a really healthy form of self-organization of the body. If you suppress these cleansing programs, you start to run around like a rubbish dump after a couple of years, because you prevent the body from cleansing itself. And then, of course, if you happen to catch a cold, you run into an Herxheimer reaction, and you get what they have seen now with COVID, like this cytokine storms, where the immune system is overdoing things, and suddenly everything tries to fight everything at the same time. This is only happening if you basically messed with your healthy immune responses in all the years prior. This is why the heavy symptoms only occurred with people that had flu shots in the years prior. It's all logical, but it doesn't make sense to do even anything of that, because a flu is just a healthy self-cleansing. Actually, that it's not 100% intersubjective, that it divides into layers, into different densities that have different spiritual qualities. And if I now look into mythologies and all sorts of channelings, what's about to happen, it looks like that this is kind of a preparation phase for a complete timeline split, where also the material planes divert and split and humanity is going to be separated in groups of humans who go down completely different paths of reality after that split. And if you look for a date, you get all sorts of different interesting points. One is 21st of December this year, where you get channelings that say that the of balls on that line. So it goes up to 5th density with a tiny little idea of a 6th one. And you have one isolated sphere in the middle, in between those half circles, which might symbolize actually where the average of humanity is standing right now, also where the timeline is standing right now. And then you can see that everything lower than 4th density goes through rectangular patterns. And if you look at those patterns, and if you ever have seen actually photographs of matrix energetics, if you look at smart dust and you make the smart dust glow, you can see the field patterns crossing the smart dust, and they always are in a rectangular relationship to each other. So you get like energetic chessboards, and they highly resemble this pictogram with the rectangular structures. So if you are in the 5th or 6th density, you will not cross matrix consciousness. You will just stay a divine being and evolve into a new timeline. This is kind of the text elements that then go straight up in the picture. If you are in the 4th density, there's a slight chance that you get around being captured in matrix consciousness. It's kind of one line bypassing it, but most of the people in the 4th density will experience AI-controlled matrix mass consciousness, and the 3rd density will have no way around that. They are all embedded in this transhumanistic experiment and will all go through the experience of being a total mind slave. And then after those experiences, you have all these lines going straight up in the picture, which for me looks like the programming of a new creational cycle. Like as if every group of humans with their new realm that is actually made for matching their needs in the best way is going to be programmed into a new storyline, a new civilization development that is appropriate to their needs, and they're all different. And this very much looks to me like introduction of tiny little creational inputs to design, form, program those new timelines. So this is what I read in this, and it 100% matches actually most of the channelings I read about timeline development and splitting, and this is so precise what we go through now on that visual plane that I don't think it can be some sort of coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, your description was so precise that not even having seen the crop circle, I get such a visual image of it. I remember being in that. It was absolutely amazing.
What year was it? Because if it's older, then the position of our current development will be much more advanced now. Okay, then we must be really quite more advanced than displayed in this picture.
But then the fact that so many people added things to it would indicate that you know what you were just saying.
But this, for me, it looks like the original design. It doesn't look like there's
it hasn't been added to.
Added.
Yeah, there wasn't
it must
anything.
be the first take after it appeared.
And there were one or two little tiny circles at the very entrance to the field. They sort of call that buckshot. And a lot of people ignore those tiny little circles, which are only maybe half a meter wide. And that sort of has some people feel that has an added significance to the information.
Yeah. Then maybe it is rather likely that the 21st of this year is a major or more major event. If this is already 10 years ago.
At least I do remember, I think it could be as long ago as 2004, but I'd need to check that. We'll
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Yeah. And everybody I told the interpretation till now, they all went like, wow. Because once you're in it, it's like self-explaining. I don't know. Amazing thing. And the thing, what I actually wanted to state before, and now it's clearer. The question, what to do next, how to find the optimal approach to reality.
Well, I do. You mentioned just before we leave this a bit. We've had quite a few people, or certain people, say that as of round about now, in this period of time in December, there is an opportunity opening to go to the fifth dimension, a fifth reality. Does that you mentioned fourth, third, fourth, jumped up to sixth, mentioned a little bit about fifth. What do you think about that? This is a major opportunity for us to do this. It's amazing that the sharing what you're saying.
Opening up a new astral realm is one thing. It needs single humans who pilot this, who are the first ones to develop a quality out of themselves only. And then other people can join in by being inspired. And when there are enough that reach that consciousness type, not putting any value to it, just a different consciousness type, then it's strong enough to form its own timeline, or it might get strong enough to form its own timeline. The crucial point actually is, the only thing I really can recommend to everybody is make up your mind what quality your spirit really needs to experience. And make sure you get into that quality. When I self-tested myself, it was like asking myself, do you really, or do you want to continue experiencing duality anymore? And my entire system screamed from the bottom of my heart, no, it's enough. I want to go home. I want to get out of this painful constellation. So for me, it was completely clear after asking myself without knowing the answer, where do I want to go? And when it came to do I want to go into unity consciousness, it was like everything was opening up into release and relief. And this is why I know I will do everything to continue my path in unity consciousness. The only thing that kind of is still in the way is that I really love to inspire people and help people on that way to really make it. So I'm not completely already there, but I'm heavily pulled there. But still, this is an expression of love, wishing to take as many people as possible with me, with what I can contribute as inspiration. And also, of course, I love to be inspired by those who are ahead of me on that path. And I'm looking for their contacts and being close to them. So this entire love thing, this seems to be, for me, the expression of love is let's go there together. But for me, the goal is highly defined. For me, it definitely is unity consciousness. And I can't give advice to somebody who doesn't want to be there. If there's somebody who really enjoys duality game and really needs this experience of saving people, being a victim or being a perpetrator, then this is the wrong place to be, because there still needs to be experience collected for those. So if somebody really is into, yes, I want to experience duality because I'm not shaped yet, I'm not experienced enough to have a look from a higher perspective onto things, then it would be absolutely detrimental to end up in the wrong timeline that is already unity or self-responsibility or whatever. So for me, it's just, my advice is find out where you want to go. And if you're not at the place you want to be, then hurry up to get there, because the time is running at the moment and no clue when exactly the cuts and
The
shifts.
trains are leaving the stations.
Yes, yes. And it's not that it's becoming impossible to change the destination. The only thing I can say for sure that the number of people who not have found their destination yet are becoming less and less and less and less and less. So it's more unlikely to see a possible shift from one destination to another. But it's still, with free will, if it's honest and you invest the energy to do the things you need to do to change your destination, everything is still possible. I've seen people developing within days, hours, weeks from a total mess to fully conscious, highly evolved spirituality just because they wanted to. And they were willing to go through everything necessary they needed to go through to get there. This is our time quality. It's amazing.
Well, we're coming up to an hour. Do you have any seasonal greetings to give to the wider community? And also, you've had many wise presentations in the past. Anything you want to sort of round up about those?
I think the only thing, if you want to blend in my company page, F0rce.2, you do find a number of publications that cover the entire field of transhumanism, how it works and how the health damage looks like done by those technologies and how to fix the health damage. This is kind of the only part of professional advice I can give to counteract the things we are subject to. And for everything where we are not subject to, but where we are in any case in full self-responsibility, I really again want to recommend that general approach offered by Arne Arlingham on zingdat.com, because he, for my taste, my experience, is just giving the best protocols for health sealing I've ever seen. The most effective ones, the most generalized ones. It outperforms anything I gave out before, based on my own experience.
That's a big deal. That's a big vote of. That's a big.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Some people say he's too new agey, but I think this is just due to his artists and web designers who give that impression to the website. Once you go into the text and his truth, he's so into self-responsibility and freedom and non-guru behavior that there is nothing new agey about him. He doesn't intend to save anyone. He exactly knows that it's all about self-healing and all about self-responsibility and all about free choices. And there's nothing pushy. He just shares his experience and in a way that it's easy for everyone to follow his protocols to get where he got by now and not further, because he doesn't share things that are not set for him. So yeah, this is what I can recommend for medical purposes, self-cleansing, diet recommendations, everything. My former company page, and then for spiritual practice to Zingdat.
Well, that's amazing. That's a big deal. Harold, it's really good to see you again in 2020, anytime at all. And finally, could you give a little bit more sort of the thing about where you have your community and what's involved? I mean, how does people... What are the things that people shouldn't go? The do's and don'ts. I mean, what would waste people's time? What would be the ideal thing for so you don't have this friction or whatever you've gone through?
Yes. as much self-responsibility on the material plane as possible. When we started, I was buying all the houses for the people, like to keep the ownership and some sort of control centralized on the properties, having people here as my guests, and that was a big mistake. Now, when everybody is looking after himself on that level, it's easier to focus on the actual spiritual processes, because there's no template for codependencies on the material plane. So this is something I can recommend, that you keep basically your private life, your material life in independence from whoever you want to build community with. And then you can make the shared domain grow and shrink in a way you feel like, exactly looking for the distance or closeness you need for the actual spiritual process. And then the rest can come with inspiration and self-healing. And things under pressure go slower. Things that develop freely go the quickest.
Okay, well, that's excellent. Merry Christmas, or what would you prefer?
Whatever. Merry Christmas, Chanukah Tova.
Well, welcome to Bases at the Barge, which wasn't at the Barge, it was the Coronation Hall. That's because Level Up and Touch Channel is he's because it's a sensitive thing for to get point very appreciate. She's the Danielle which times. Now we were chased up the virtual cameras event, because what happens with the circle makers is they're given the time it takes to make the circle.
Everything else that you express in a very back up and get rid of all of these issues.
Okay. So where do you want to talk about next? Where
I'm
are you?
thinking.
Of course.
You're talking about the imagery with humans. Would that apply to the animals?
Yes.
In a different way,
Yes.
because the animal.
Repeat the question because we can't hear that distance. Would that be okay?
Me repeat the
Question because we can't hear through your mic.
Okay, yes. The gentleman said, is it equatable, humans and animals, are they equatable in the same thing? I think that the acuteness of a human emotion, an extreme human emotion, is more beneficial to steel than perhaps an animal emotion is. So they still use that animal sacrifice or animal harvesting, but it's not as yes. And the animals are all the animals on the planet are just extensions.
Yes.
In a different way,
Yes.
because the animal.
Repeat the question because we can't hear that distance. Would that be okay?
Me repeat the
Question because we can't hear through your mic.
Okay, yes. The gentleman said, is it equatable, humans and animals, are they equatable in the same thing? I think that the acuteness of a human emotion, an extreme human emotion, is more beneficial to steel than perhaps an animal emotion is. So they still use that animal sacrifice or animal harvesting, but it's not as yes. And the animals are all the animals on the planet are just extensions of parts of the human being. They're all extensions. So we all have all the animals residing within inside of us. They're just representative of different parts of who we are. So if you were to wipe out lions, then if you were able to wipe out lions on this planet, then you would take away the bravery aspect of the human being. Each animal represents a different part of the person.
The reason they prefer children is the fact that children's energy is pure, and that reminds them of the higher energy that they came from because of the pureness of it. Now, when they do this to children, they're doing an energy exchange. And this is what really messes up the child, because they're taking the clean, innocent energy from the child, pure energy, so that they can briefly feel the happiness and the bliss and all the beautiful things that children feel, because they want to feel that extremely badly. And they're then putting their energy into the child, and the child will grow up and often be a drug addict and just be very promiscuous, won't be able to be in relationships. They'll have all sorts of issues, and I've seen it happen way too much, sadly.
Okay, Sarah, you spoke earlier about souls, etc., and energy, but the research that I've done, the ETs, and this is really going against the church and all religions, etc., and almost against ordinary people's thoughts and beliefs. But I'm under the impression that they are recycling souls. It's going on and on and on. And so it's not as if we're given the impression that we die and we go to heaven, but our souls go to heaven and that our energy lives for more. But it looks like this is, especially what you said about the children, by recycling souls, you're then getting a continual supply of human body and human energy to keep the ETs, that's their main diet. Is that correct?
This is true,
Yes.
but it seems like they've done it for so long, and there's an amount of souls, and it's not unlimited supply, of energy for them. So right now, this instant, I feel like they are in short supply, and I see so many people when I walk around that are absolutely drained, and I can see they have been fed on, because I can see auroras and stuff like that, and
If I could just answer that quickly, I think that what's happening is as soon as the body, in a regular death, as soon as the body, the soul leaves the body, there is some technology that is on the satellite that we call the moon, that is they then able to erase, recycle, and then put back into a new body. So you'll then have the same experiences again over and over, voiced with different people, but then so they're able to keep doing that. And the Ouroboros, which is the snake swallowing its own tail, is symbolic of that, and continues over and over. Most of us in here keep doing it over and over again, but have no memory of it because the technology wipes the memory completely.
I did have an experience, by the way. I believe the moon is what traps the souls. I believe when death happens, they're drawn to the moon and then they're recycled. I did an astral travel once, and I decided to go all the way to Saturn because I know some things about Saturn from
This solar system.
Yes.
Okay. Saturn has been a hijacked planet. It didn't used to have a ring around it. It used to be the Earth's life force energy a long time ago. So the planet Saturn itself has been taken and hijacked now. So there's sort of Saturn itself, the planet, can be an extremely high vibrational planet or extremely low. So it's dualistic in its own nature. So Saturn is another way of saying Satan. So they use that word.
Satan.
So the sounds and the frequencies that are coming off of Saturn, which are low vibrational negative frequencies, seem to be hitting what we call the moon, and then being amplified down and hitting the Earth, and creating the false reality that we're living in at the moment.
There's some sort of machine a long time ago that the Anunnaki lost control over. They, in some sort of
to get around the karmic issues of that, so they'll put the truth encoded or embedded within movies, so they can say, "Hey, we told you what's going on, and if you didn't pick it up, then that's your problem."
It's brilliant to hear you talking today. It really is.
Thank you.
They don't want the consequences for it, and more. get change.
Certainly that you can see as a ruler, anybody, any of the royalty, any of the presidents, prime ministers, if you can see them and you see them on mainstream television, they're not in control. So the real control comes from the shadows, comes from what you can't see. My concern was all these ones that we see out in public are expendable. They're all expendable. So to implement the new world order that they're trying to do, why couldn't they create it so that they get rid of all these ones that we see on face value, and then put the real ones who are actually going to be the deceptive ones into the position, and then re-screw us all over again?
That's one of their plans, but I don't think that it's going to play out how they want. They're just trying to keep the last strings of power, I think. That's what I think myself.
Yeah, otherwise why are people waking up at all? We could all just...
They can't,
They can't help it.
because the planet, the vibration of the planet is raising, and so that's why they're putting more and more pressure now, because they know, they already knew this was going to happen. This is the end of an eon now, and at the end of every eon there's always a window point where you can leave, and this sort of window point is coming up now. They don't want, they want to cull the population, but they want to keep enough, because they need us. They can't function without us. They don't have creative abilities themselves. We're the ones who are creators. They've hijacked our subconscious because we're creative beings, and they're using us to create the false reality.
So really, the power is in the hands of the people. They just haven't realized it yet. That's the thing. I think it's interesting because, I became interested in True Blood because it showed so much of under truth in there, and that was the end of it. They were literally immense wisdom in them because of the
from the newer religions are actually just copies after copies after copies of old religions. So, for example, if you worship one particular deity and you're giving your power away to a specific deity in a church, you're actually not giving your power over to what you think it is. You're giving it to something else, which is then empowering the actual prison that you're in the first place.
I went to churches just to, access, because I can access the different energy in there and see what they're doing. And I went to this one, and literally, it was like a direct portal to Saturn. So some of the preachers they have direct connection to Saturn. So all the energy going forward to the pulpit from the people worshiping was going directly to Saturn, which is I call it the time machine.
Okay, go ahead.
I've just got so many questions. My head's going to explode. But so far, I was just thinking, you've said we're at a new age. Apparently, this is going to happen anyway. It's the age of Aquarius. There's an enlightenment. People are waking up. Is that right?
That's the whole issue. That's a bit empty. You see the interdimensional. That because you're not going to get a literal UFO just right there,
He said there's a way around that. He said that when you die, if you he said that when you go there, happening
here to the last minute.
There was a good saying, death is no cure for ignorance. So just because you die doesn't mean you're all of a sudden going to be all wise and know everything.
That's the scary thing, though, isn't it? Because when you learn this, you think, oh, God, we're taught that everything will be okay. Once you're dead, you'll know all the answers and you'll see everyone.
It's such a trap.
I never used to be scared to death, and now I'm thinking, I don't want to come back. I don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's such a trap, and that's what they do on these beliefs. They trap you. No, Also, you have to realize, no matter what's going on, you still have a choice, and you still need to take that into your hands and wake yourself up. That this is a bit of a trap. So, food I ate.
Here, and I struck up a conversation with them, and in the conversation, emotions were invoked. Well, then, if this person had bad intentions for me, they would be able to hook into a certain area, if depending on which emotion they invoked. If there was a heart emotion or a sexual emotion or whatever it was, they could hook in, and then even after you've left or away from that person, they are still able to drain energy from you from that way.
I think that's why the series The Walking Dead is so big in the United States, because they're after
To a certain for
cleaning them out would probably be more of the focus, because I can tell you a million different ways they attach to you. Again, it's about becoming sensitive to subtle energies, and so that you can feel that. I can feel when somebody tries to access me on any level. I can feel it, and then totally like burn it or send it back to them and say, no, I don't want this.
They sort of come out like hooks too, outside, not the food thing, but for if somebody wanted say, for example, I met somebody here and I struck up a conversation with them, and in the conversation emotions were invoked. Well, then if this person had bad intentions for me, they would be able to hook into a certain area, if depending on which emotion they invoked. If there was a heart emotion, would you know they don't have any link to it?
Yeah.
From the start, so we can catch
Yeah,
up.
sure.
We'll make this the last
Hi.
question before break.
Yeah, all right. Hi, nice to see you both. In answer to the question about with the paedophilia, we can understand it going back through generations of and timelines with the elite.
Yeah.
But what about the general public on housing estates where they got no link to
Well,
past?
how would you know they don't have any link to it?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't. And there's a lot of these bloodlines that are hidden and put into other families and hidden under different names.
And I suppose over thousands of years it would spread out quite prolific.
Also, some of these negative beings can take control of the person's body, do it, rape the child of energy, then leave the person.
Yeah.
Welcome to Bases of the Barge, Part 2, with Max Spears. This is Max's first public appearance, and he was very nervous because this is something which he can be triggered on. So it's a great deal of effort he's gone to come and display and talk and take these questions. So at the Coronation Hall, we have Max Spears for the Bases Project. Everybody out and smokers, yeah. Bloody ex-military latecomer again. Right, just to remind people that there is a Meet the Speakers at the barge at 6 o'clock when we will all transfer to the barge, where we will announce the raffle. And there's very exciting prizes for you to win. You brought yours, didn't you? You didn't forget. Did you? Thank God for that. They don't use spaceships, they use interdimensional time-traveling portals. For God's sake. Right, so that was Max and Sarah, and now we have Max. And do you want to start just James Casbolt?
We can do that.
Do you want to do that? Are you on?
Yeah.
Are you on?
You want to ask me some questions?
Right, this is the second part of the Bases at the Barge, which is held at the Coronation Hall. And we'll be retired. Afterwards, you have an opportunity to have a social over drinks and things with the speakers at the Barge Inn. And some people will be going up to Knapp Hill and having a night watch to watch flares being launched over the military plane of Salisbury Plain and then calling them flying saucers landing. Ooh. Believe you me. Anyway, this is a military training area. We're surrounded by military bases. The Illuminati live. describe what that
it's
means?
certainly not a word that I would ever use, and I would never call myself like super anything. I think it starts to get too much involved in ego when you supersize yourself like that. But it definitely, there was military presence in what happens and what the agenda was to create and what was going on with that. I think I'm just
that's got the ball rolling. So, Max, over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I suppose the best thing for me to do is to start off explaining my connection with James Caswell. And that began, I was born in Brighton, in East Sussex, in England, here. And I grew up there until I was 8, 9 years old in Lewes, which is just outside there. But I was going back and forth from Brighton to Lewes. And it just so happened that Michael James Caswell was in Brighton at the same time as me for those years, those period of time. Now there's a swimming pool in Brighton called the Prince Regent swimming pool, and I used to go there with my dad, and they have these flumes, a black one and a red one and a yellow one, and you kind of come down and you go into the water, and they have arcade games. And so I used to go there when I was 6, 7, 8, 9, and they had one of the video games that I used to play all the time was called Double Dragon, and I used to go and play it, and I got talking to this boy who was there all the time, and I used to see him there occasionally, and we'd play this game. And then subsequently, years on, we recognized each other. About 2007, we'd recognize each other. I said, "Oh yeah, I remember you from there. I remember you from Brighton." And so we acknowledged each other. I had been looking into esoteric, occult subjects since I was very, very little. Because I always knew that there was something that wasn't right. I was having experiences when I was 3, 4, 5, 6 in my bedroom. It would always happen when the sun went down, and when it was time for me to go to bed. I would be aware always there was something. I mean, it's like the boogeyman sort of feeling, or the bogeyman sort of feeling. Like there was something underneath the bed, or there was something in the cupboard, or there was something around me. When I would start to go to sleep, it would make itself more aware. It would make itself more aware to me. And what I feel now is that there were charmed objects put and placed in my bedroom that where the house was built as well. Numerologically, it was 93 as well, which is a very specific number, numerologically to Crowley's OTO. So the number and where the name of the road was High Down Road. Now High Down is a paradox. You can't have high down, so that's also connected to disassociating the mind, which I'll get into. So there was definitely presences in my room from when I was very young, and I was aware that when I would first start drifting off to go to sleep, I would feel myself, this would be every night, I would feel myself slipping out of my body, out above the roof of the house, out, and go up and up and up through layers and layers and layers of clouds. This is going to sound strange, but I suppose it all does. When I'd get above the top layer of the clouds, there was a stereotypical looking type of witch with a pointed hat on and a long nose with sort of warts on the nose, and she'd be there was 2 of them, they'd be laughing at me, and I had that feeling in your stomach when you're falling in dreams. I could constantly have that, and they would be standing around me, sort of like maybe Macbeth sort of type imagery from Shakespeare. They'd be standing around, and then they'd all sort of come around, grab hold of me, and then I'd wake up. So this was a recurring thing, and my family goes back for the last certainly 100 years. We're all involved in the occult in some way or another. Not involved in the occult. When I say the occult just means hidden. So it's not, I'm not saying there were black magicians, black witches, or anything like that, but there were certainly a lot of rune stones readings, tarot card readings. I learned astrology and tarot when I was very young. My mum was sort of Wiccan, so I sort of learned from that. So when I became aware, as I got older, 6, 7, 8 years old, okay, so there was an interim period. Between the ages of 5 and 6, my parents had decided that they were going to move to California, move to Los Angeles. So they just, out of the blue, upped and moved. So from the ages of between 5 and 6, I was living in just off Sepulveda Boulevard, which is in the Valley area of Los Angeles. Now, there is, I think, Andrew Bishago talks about the Mars jump rooms, which are situated on 999 Sepulveda Avenue. And I lived right near there. And now the jump rooms, supposedly, and this ties in from my own investigation, the jump rooms are only available to be, children are only available to go through them. Something to do with the molecular construction of a child before the age of puberty that allows them to go through this sort of like, from my memory, it's literally, there was two ways, literally like a door. So you'd go in through the door, stand in the door. It would be like maybe a lift. You'd stand there, then you'd feel this incredible feeling, like you were being completely disconnected from everything. And then when you'd come out, you'd be in somewhere completely different. So I had been to Phoenix a lot, and Phoenix, when you look at Phoenix, Arizona, it looks very much like what the imagery of what Mars looked like to me when I was shown it. So I was confused because I was taken to Phoenix when I was a kid, and this also happened. So I thought I was actually going from one state to another, but then some other things that happened told me otherwise. For this, I do come from so my background is Celtic and French. On my father's side, he's a descendant from Charlemagne, which is a French nobility family that goes back to the south of France from about 6, 7, 800 AD, and it's a royal sort of lineage line that comes through France, but it came through that they sort of migrated. They took control of each spot and they migrated to another spot. So if you imagine, they began in Babylon, conquered Babylon, went over to Sumeria, conquered Sumeria, went to Egypt. So each one of these are the same people. So if we're understanding these are the same families coming through. From Egypt, they went on to and created the Roman Empire. So when I'm talking about when someone says the Third Reich or the Fourth Reich, it's actually 10th, 11th, 12th. So these are the same beings that have done that. And pre-Atlantean times. So Second World War was key to understanding to have the complete understanding of how to create a mind-controlled slave. Now, if you go back and look at the Egyptian Book of the Dead, there are actually instructions within that book, and that's a book anyone can pick up from any bookstore. It explains how to do that. But the sort of like the modern Nazis, perfected it. They perfected it. And I think that they got the information of how to perfect and shatter the human mind from the tall greys or the zeta greys. There are two forms of greys. There are the short greys that seem to me to be lackeys. They seem to do what they're told. And then there's the taller ones, sort of more gangly looking, which are like this tall. They're also lackeys, but they seem to have superiority over the smaller ones. So this is all in a hierarchy structure. Everything is done hierarchically because that is that's the mindset of these particular beings. So from how I understand it, this present state that we're in, you have the Anunnaki consciousness, stream of consciousness that is pretty much in control of this planet at the moment. What they've tried to do is make us think that the planet Earth itself is not that important, that we're just some rock somewhere with evolving beings on it, and but that this is the only place, and that nothing, when in fact Gaia or Earth is the jewel in the crown. It's the actual jewel, the most important thing, and everything actually is revolving around and focused on this. Earth is actually anchoring everything else down from ascending. This planet is anchoring it down. So that's why all eyes are on this planet at the moment, because when we release it, when the human beings here release it, it releases everybody else. So they're watching for that to happen. I wanted to go a little bit in, I wanted to go into, which is what I know about because I've had to study a lot, into mind control in general and how it's done and what happens with that. For these specific bloodlines and these breeding bloodlines, they have to take a child before the age of 3. So to shatter and honeycomb the mind, the children have to be put into extreme trauma. So any way that you can extremely traumatize a child before the age of 3, electric shock, rape, extreme physical abuse, any torture like that. What will happen when they were testing out the breaking points of human beings at Tavistock? The Tavistock Institute originally was set up to work out the breaking point of human beings. So that once the human being breaks, it shatters at the top of the spine here, it shatters that and sort of honeycombs into many other possibilities for personalities. Because the body doesn't want to go, or the mind and the soul doesn't want to go through that trauma, so it separates itself off. And so what they had, the Nazi doctors, Mengele, and Himmler and the SS crew had worked out, and they'd got information from the Zeta of exactly how to do it, exactly how to program it. So then once the mind is shattered, then you can then, in each of the honeycombs, which would be another personality or another alter, can be specifically programmed and to anything that you want it to be. None of the other personalities are aware of the other ones. So you could have somebody with so it's called MPD, multiple personality disorder, but more recently it's known as dissociative identity disorder, because it's not another personality really, it's another version of the identity of the person. So it's not another personality. The primary personality is the front personality, which is all of us communicating to each other now. That's the front alter personality. Is not aware of, if that had happened to you, is not aware of any of the other ones. Now, the programmers themselves have ways of using color, tone, hand signals, frequencies to be able to switch to another one, to another personality through, so like I said, with the honeycomb is there, and switch to another one. So there could be one personality, which is the front one, that didn't have any abilities whatsoever to ride a motorcycle, to shoot, to be a sniper, to do any of these things, but another one, if it's then activated, is then completely able to do it and has all these abilities. So you can, that way was the way to be able to create an undetectable mind control slave, because the other personalities are not aware of the other ones. The key of, okay, so I mean, I didn't really want to get too graphic with it, because some of it is really hard to talk about, and so sodomy is one of the main keys to doing it, because what happens is when you rape a child before the age of 3, what happens is it sends electrical signals up the spine, which then explode at the top of the spine, and then that's the easiest and fastest way to create multiple alters. It's called vasovagal shock, and they also call it in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it's known as the Key of Solomon. So that's another way of putting it. I'm just trying to lead on from that. Mengele was at the head of doing that. He was the one who was the head of the main scientist for doing that and understanding and learning it. There's a lot of, I don't know if everybody knows who Michael Aquino is. He is directly connected as well to that. A lot of the people in positions of power now, certainly all the Bush family, which are actually the Bauer family, which are actually German Nazi family. So when you had Project Paperclip, I don't know if you know what that is, but Project Paperclip was when at the end of the so essentially we didn't win the Second World War as it says in the textbooks. What actually happened is that they went underground and then made it appear that they had lost, so that they could go underground, continue with the work through Project Paperclip. They took all of their top scientists, military strategists, and placed them in South America and North America in 1947. 1947 seems to be a major key date for them, because so you have the Roswell incident happening then, you have the CIA beginning then, you have the NSA at the end of that year beginning then, and you have Aleister Crowley dying on that year. And I think this all has something to do with a ritual that was done, which is connected to Hubbard and Scientology and Jack Parsons. I don't know if anyone knows who Jack Parsons is. Jack Parsons was a genius rocket scientist who was working in Southern California at JPL Laboratories, which is known as Jet Propulsion Laboratories, but in truth, it means Jack Parsons Laboratories. What he was trying to do was find out the ultimate weapon to be created. And what he was using fetuses and using nuclear technology and fetuses from baby fetuses at the same time and combining them together. So they essentially wanted to have at the end a combination of ritual, black magic, and technology used at the same time, and that would be the ultimate weapon. And essentially we've got that going on now. So I was saying earlier when Sarah was speaking, any of the outer heads, any of the outer rulers that we're seeing at the moment, any of the prime ministers, any of the aristocracy are only the outer heads. So certainly for the British rulership, if you look at the symbol, you'll see a crown, and very, very often through the crown there'll be a sword, which is the Templars' way of telling you that they rule behind, in the shadows, behind the aristocracy. The Saxe-Coburg-Gotha line, which usurped the British throne, which they called themselves the Windsors, that certainly isn't their name. They're a German family who, Victoria was the first one, came and stole so they're Germans, they've been German for the last 120 years. So Germany really is at the rulership of this country, and they are still today. They've just done it subversively, and they've just done it underneath the radar. And what, in their mind, what better way to do it is than to disappear and then get everybody in a comfortable position where we think everything's all right, and then hit in the last second, which I think is really what's going on now. They're not able to hide themselves as much as they could do anymore because of the frequency of the planet raising. They can't hide anymore as they used to be able to. So there was what they wanted to do at the end, after the end of the Second World War, which was really about money and was really about testing out the collective trauma. So we all, as a species on this planet, we're all traumatized. We're all traumatized collectively through the wars that have gone on. Outside of the individual trauma that goes on, as a human species, we're traumatized. I noticed, just as an example, walking down the high street yesterday where I live, and a bang went off, and everybody, I could sense the fear. There's an underlying fear with everybody on this planet at the moment that something is sort of about to happen, but they don't know what it is. So you've got a lot of people who were speaking out about these things now sort of running to the solace of Christianity or a religion because they don't know what else to do. The Christian religion, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes, it's just, all this stuff is just from my understanding and my research, which has been 15 years of research, because I needed to find out what happened to me in 2008. I think I'll briefly go into what happened to me in 2008. I knew that people had told me throughout the years that sometimes that when I would speak about something, or I would watch a movie with somebody, or read a magazine, or read a book, and then they would then say to me, I'd say, "Oh, should we put this movie on again?" And they would say, "Well, you just watched this yesterday, or you just did this yesterday," and I would have no recall of it. So I knew there was something wrong there. So I'd be missing time, or what I think it is actually, a lot of the modern movies that come out immediately have trigger in there. So they're layered movies. So when certain people watch it, that will trigger you into a slightly other altered state, and then the movie itself can then program you, and you would have no idea at all that you've been programmed. So I watched Oblivion for the first time, and I had absolutely no recall of the movie at the end of it. I just watched it, and then it finished. I had watched it with Sarah, and then when it was finished, I didn't have any clue what happened in the movie. But it certainly had affected me on an emotional level, but I didn't. And if you think of how movies are laid out, they're laid out in a dream sequence sort of state. So all movies are there to affect the subconscious, because it's not like one camera, like when we're walking around, it's one camera moving wherever you are. A movie is dream sequence, like sketch, like we're in a dream, it's like that. So they're doing that, and that's the Hollywood, which is the holy wood, which is they used to create magic wands, staffs out of this particular wood that grows in Hollywood. I used to live in Hollywood, and this particular wood stinks, actually, and Hollywood isn't a particularly nice place. But that's why, and this wood that they use is called the wood of illusion. So the illusion is created and stems from Southern California, and this sort of pervades out through. So they're using the U.S. as a testing ground. So they test it out. They'll test out different things there in the U.S., usually on the West Coast for certain things, and the East Coast for other things. East Coast is more European, so they'll test out different things there. And then if it worked, they'll try it in other countries. If it didn't work, they'll leave it. So in 2008, what had happened? I had searched and searched. I'd been speaking to James Casbolt, for a couple of years, and we had come to some conclusions. We remembered certain things. This is my only memory of him then was when we were children. I don't remember him as in the in-between time. I recognized him when we saw each other, but I don't remember him only when we were kids. There was this particular swimming pool. They tend to use big bodies of water because water is a stargate in and of itself. Water is needed to use frequencies and vibrations. So I have this memory. I have a memory of this, and it's strange. I had got changed after I'd gone swimming, and there was a door that was on the right-hand side of where the swimming pool, which is the Prince Regent swimming pool in Brighton. And I always remembered it was a locked door. And somebody who worked there, who looked like they worked for the swimming pool with a whistle or whatever like that, and they sort of ushered me over this way. They said that my dad was going to, because I was there with my dad. They said that he was going to be here, or he was somewhere in the changing room. Well, I got taken through this door that was always locked. As I went through the door, there was a spiral staircase on the left-hand side there. So I go through the door, spiral staircase here, spiral staircase on this side. I was taken down the spiral staircase, and there was somebody else on this side going down the spiral staircase. So we walked down. I didn't see that person. I was just, as I'd gone through the door, I felt sort of like in a sedative, sort of hypnotic state, where I was very, I just sort of went along with it. Well, there's a word I'm trying to think of. I just sort of went along and did what I was told to do. And when I went down the spiral staircase, there was some sexual ritual that was going on there, and I was sort of watching it. I was sort of watching it, but without any feeling associated with it, just watching it. And then there was a classroom behind. This is just one of the stories where I was in a classroom. There was another door, went through the door, and there was sort of like school desks. If I remember, there was four kids sitting at each one of the desks, and but all in the state. I sat down, all in a state of sort of like this hypnotic state, looking forwards, and a man came around, put what I can only explain as not a Rubik's Cube like that, but another version of it. I think there was another one that came out 10 years later where you unfold it, or something a little bit like that, with symbols and glyphs and other things on it, and I didn't recognize what it was. But the man who'd put them down onto the tables had said, okay, go ahead and do it. And I thought, well, I don't know how to do it. But then he said, yes, you do, go. And so I did it, and I started just to know how to be able to do it. So I was messing around with this, and I linked all the things together, and they sort of rewarded me for doing that. So this all happened over a period of what felt like an hour's time. When I came back upstairs through the same point, I came back out. There was the fruit machine, the arcade machine that I was playing on. I sort of went back over to it and continued playing on it. And my dad came out, and we were there, and we left. So that thing that happened, then as like an hour went on, 2 hours went on, I had convinced myself that it didn't happen, because it felt like I'd woken up from a dream, and you know how a dream sort of dissipates as the hours go on when you wake up. And I was a kid, so I rationalized it and said that it didn't happen. Now, so this is when I was younger, so I'm leading now into 2000. In March of 2008, I had a really So I have altars that have been made and manifested and created in my mind. And what happened is there's so many of them, and this was around the age of 31, this is the only way for me to explain it, is they started to all sort of like bleed through at the same time, and as they were bleeding through, it caused complete confusion to me, because I didn't know. It was like a complete loss of identity. I didn't know who I was anymore, and I didn't know my name. I didn't believe. I started doubting everybody in my life, and I sort of had this Truman Show feeling that everybody who had, including friends from school, friends from the school that I'd gone to, all the friends, family members, that they were all actors, and they were all placed there, and that they weren't real people, or they were real people, but they were placements, and that sort of made me have a sort of breakdown, because it intensified. This was 3 o'clock in the morning. This started to happen. I think it was like March the 8th, something like that. I came out of my house, and I stood in front of the house that I was living at the time, and I was standing there, and then I looked across, and there was two men standing. I've never told this story, actually, I don't think, on camera. There was two men standing at the top of the street where I lived, and they were South America. They were Colombian. They were both probably about my height, and they were standing there, and I was standing at the front, and he's like this to me. So I walked over to him, and I said, he goes, "What are you doing? You need to get back into your house." And I said, I'm confused at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on. I was basically sort of asking for help, because I needed help from anybody who was around at the time. And as I turned this way, I got hit. So I got hit across the back of my head and then hit. So there was two of them, got hit from that other side. I went down onto the ground. As I fell down onto the ground on my back, these two guys attacked me, and I was covering myself up, but I mean, I got hit multiple times in the head. My nose is broken, it's still actually broken, and I managed to get up from underneath them and scramble back into the house. So what I think was happening then was as the programming was breaking down, they don't want a person to remember what's happened, because then I'm able to stand up here and speak and explain, you know, what I feel is happening. So they either want to discredit you completely, discredit anything that you have to say, so they will assassinate your character, get you in a mental institution or a prison as quickly as possible, or kill you. So I'm sitting in the house bleeding at that point. Police show up, ambulance shows up. I came out of the house. They put me on a gurney, and I was in a state that it's very difficult to explain. They're trying to get me into the back of the ambulance. As they were rolling me on the gurney, these two men dressed up in white ambulance men threw me off of the gurney and then pushed the gurney back down on top of me. So something didn't make sense there. So it was like I was being set up. It felt like this whole thing was being set up. They then picked me up, put me back on it, put me into the back of the ambulance, and then I don't remember anymore. The next thing I remember, I was in a coma in the hospital, where I didn't know where I was. And then they had decided that they wanted to put me into a psych ward. So they wanted to put me in a psych ward for 3 days. So I was stuck in there with some unbelievably unusual people and trying to get out. And so I was there for 3 days. Somebody told me, look, just follow the rules, follow what they tell you, and you'll be out. There's nothing psychologically wrong with you. I went through a number of tests, and there was nothing wrong with me. They just needed to keep me locked down for that period of time. So I transferred I went from this hospital to this particular ward. I left after 3 days from this ward, and then they wanted to. Then I was placed into a rehab center. But it wasn't for a drug rehab, because I was clean. I wasn't using drugs at the time, but I was left in there. I was there for 9 months, and what I now know is that this is a reprogramming center, and what they were using primarily is neurolinguistics. And I actually found secretly, one, I was just searching around. It's a big place. I was searching around, and I found these neurolinguistic books. So they were using neurolinguistics to reprogram people who were waking up. I mean, they also help people who have drug issues, etc. But they were reprogramming certain people. I know that 80% of the drug rehabs throughout the UK and the US are used as reprogramming centers. So that went on from there. After that happened, so I was 31, 32, I'm 38 years old now. As I learned this, I learned that had been being used for I'm going to sit down now. I learned I was going to be used, or had been used for breeding processes, because all these memories came back of bizarre sexual situations that I don't ever have any memory whatsoever of being in, and a lot of lab coats, a lot of administering of medication that I had no idea what it was. And so this ties into something else. Okay, so when I was 4 or 5 years old, I was riding down a hill, and I had dominoes in my right hand. It was a child's bike, and I'm riding down the hill. I lost control of the bike. I went into a thorn bush, and as I went into the thorn bush, I fell off. I came into the house, and my mom saw me, and she looked at me, and she saw there was a dot, a black dot in my left eye. And she panicked, took me to the hospital, and a thorn had pierced the white of my eye and gone all the way into my eye. Now there's something symbolic about thorn, there's something symbolic about that. Also, the fact that when they pulled the thorn out of my left eye, they didn't give me any anesthetic. So I remember when they pulled the thorn, they were holding my eyes open as they came forward to take the thorn out. Just before he touched it, I remember leaving my body. Because I remember often whispering, leave your body, because once you leave your body, it's reinforcing the altars there, so they can then, once you leave your body, then they can reprogram another altar. That was just one of a number of situations that happened like that. Okay, I'm going to give you another scenario that happened to me that was very significant. I was staying in this same house. There was a 2-week period of where I felt like there was bleed through of all these different altars that were happening. I had it wasn't a dream. It was literally, I was literally experiencing what was going on. Oh, my mind got pulled. Hold on a second. Okay, so I was, I don't know whether I was on a ship, I don't know whether I was on a base, I don't know where I was, but I know that I was led, but with 2 people in white lab coats next to me, up to a big, maybe an oblong square tank full of blue liquid, and inside the tank there was an Asian-looking baby, okay, and it had a big round face, and it was smiling, and it was sort of there. It was sort of like that. These 2 people next to me brought me up to it, and they said, communicate with it. That it was a he. This little boy needs communication with you. You need to interact with him. He won't interact with anybody else. Now there was inside this tank, there was blocks, little blocks, like blocks kids would play with on either side. And they then said to me again, play with him. So I focused and looked over where the blocks were. I made telekinetically, I made the blocks start moving, and they started moving in different shapes in this blue liquid there. As that started to happen, the baby then emulated it with the other blocks. So he was copying what I was doing, and they seemed to be very happy that this interaction was going on. And they wanted me to come back every 2 or 3 days, seemingly, to keep interacting with this baby. This went on for 6 months, as far as I can remember, and then I was taken by, this is all in laboratory settings, very, very clinical, a lot of steel, silver, and everything was very clinically done. I was taken into another room by an Asian woman, and she sat down with me, and she explained to me what had been going on, and she was very kind. This wasn't negative. This wasn't a negative experience. She explained to me that they had been using my DNA to test and to use for different breeding lines, So they needed my DNA or sperm for specific lines that were being done. They wanted to mix and match to find out, to create I think some of these babies, because they were just being brought up in a very sterile environment, like in a base, like in a ship, they need some interaction with beings who interact regularly with people, so that when the baby is then incorporated into society, it has some idea what it's like to have to have experiences with other people. So that was my sort of service to this particular child. I also had a very strong feeling that it was my child as well. I got explained in detail why and what it was by this Asian lady, and if anybody has any questions, and then I can sort of like move on with other things if I go with questions.
Just that you said you were involved in this breeding program.
Yes.
Just that you said, you were involved in this breeding program.
Yeah.
Like, how do you know how that happened? Do you know how they were using you, and were you conscious of it, or was it an altar, or?
Okay, so when the breeding programs went on, yes, it was done in an altar. It wasn't done in the front altar, which is the walking around person that I am. They would never do that. They would do it in a separate altar. So there's a number of different programs. Beta programming is sexual programming. So Project Monarch, which is used for 90% of Project Monarchs are female, and they're used for prostitution. They're used for pleasuring the elite in whatever way, and there's the small percentage that are also males, which are used in that way as well. So I'm sort of connecting myself to that in that level. So was it done in an altar? Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it's just because I had that bleed through at that time. I remember now bits and pieces. More memories are coming back as I go along, and I remember James Caswell and a number of different ones as well.
And my question to you, I've only recently come across your work.
Yeah.
Why you? Why
Right.
were you chosen to go down the spiral staircase at that age?
Right.
Why were you chosen to take part in all this stuff?
I think there are a group of volunteers that have come down and incarnated into certain bodies. The elite, or whatever you want to call them, are aware when somebody is going to incarnate into a certain body. They're aware because everybody has a harmonic signature tone. Everybody has an individual fingerprint, signature, sound tone that when they come into the body that they give off. So they're already tracking and they're already aware of who it is. Why was I picked for it? Because of the particular I mean, it really is down to bloodlines. Because of this particular bloodline, these were all seeded from different off-planet streams. So you have the Sirian streams, you have the Orion streams, Alpha Draconis streams. It all comes down to essentially off-planet stuff and inner Earth stuff. So the French line, which just comes from Charlemagne, is connected to the Fisher Kings. They call them the Fisher Kings, and they're the tribe of Dan, which the tribe of Dan is the one of the hidden tribes of Israel, and they sort of left it out of the Bible. They left the tribe of Dan out of the Bible because they thought they were blasphemers, and they thought that they were worshipping false idols, etc., etc. So they sort of pushed them out of that. So this particular tribe, this tribe of Dan, is what they were looking for because of the PSI abilities that they have, psychic abilities that they have. In the 1950s, there was something called Project Oak Tree, where it was looking for women who were from that particular tribe as well, and men who were from that tribe, and the children who were born from mothers and fathers who came together who were born in the 50s, who had their children in the 70s. So from 1972 to 1978, there was an influx of these children being born, and they were tracking these children.
How many people, just in regular life, getting out, going to their job in their insurance company at call centre on a Monday morning, thinking they're living a normal life, might actually be like you, programmed, and not know it? Because they've got bloodline in their family.
I think that there are 2 million people, to some extent, programmed specifically in this country, but then you've got to understand, like, they have a total understanding of the subconscious. So any billboards that they understand the rods and cones in the eyes. They understand that the number 13, or the letter M, is, we all really know what it is, and it's symbolic of birth and death. When they created the McDonald's restaurant, for example, they didn't care that the name was McDonald's as long as it began with the letter M, because when you see the letter M, it reinforces this cycle of birth and death. So you'll see a lot, if you look around now, you'll see a lot of M's circled, or M's making a point of showing you the M or the number 13. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can I ask the question, Max? Yeah. Is this still on? Yes. Yeah, okay. On the breeding program, you said were the memories bled through to it at some point that actually happened? Was it actually in your adult life? That the memory come through?
Yeah, so 31 was when that happened. Before that, I knew that something was going on. I knew that there was that, because I felt it and I trust my instincts, and I knew when I would get, throughout my 20s, throughout my whole life, when I got very, very upset or very, very angry, things would happen around me. The glasses would break, books would fall off on the ground. So I knew that was one of the clues. There was something unusual going on with me, because I have a lot of bioelectricity coming off of me. So I knew there was something going on. In 2008, there was confirmation of it, and I had a lot of memories come back to me that were really, really, really unpleasant. I hadn't gone into a lot of the satanic ritual abuse, which I can do, and I'm quite happy to do that. It's just I don't really want to go into too many personal experiences on camera because of what's happened in the past. Now I've done that, and then there's Facebook and this and that and the other, and it's kind of difficult to have people saying this and that about you after you've sort of poured your heart out about
this. This is what I'm trying to establish, that 2011 I had sort of the same experience of
you did?
Of something happening. And it was the best way I can describe it is like a flash of a memory, and where did that come from? For me, there were so many that came through. I literally thought I was losing my mind. Well, I had the original experience on the evening, and thought it was strange, but didn't really, your mind goes somewhere else. Oh, just nothing.
Yeah.
And then a couple of weeks later, I'm just watching the TV in my front room, and there was a flash of like a segment of memory.
Yeah.
Which I don't recollect ever being in a chrome room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But trying to piece together the pieces of the jigsaw over like a 25-year period of 46 years.
Well, they have time travel technology, and they've had time travel technology for a long time now. So when you've got time travel technology, it's very, very difficult to really work out, did this happen then or did it happen then? Because timelines are being changed all the time. For example, if I pick this up and put that down, and that I've just altered it, because had I not done it, so it's altered another line as well. They also have time stop technology, which is where they can slow time right down and then do some really nasty stuff, and then restart it up. They can sort of it's really easy for them to create portals, to create vortexes. There are lots of vortexes scattered across the planet anyway, but they can create them. So a bit like the Adjustment Bureau. I don't know if anyone's seen that. Philip K. Dick's work. Philip K. Dick was an insider, and put a lot of truth out. And so they can create vortexes or stargates, go through it, freeze time or slow time down, and do things. And, John Dee and Elizabeth I. John Dee had worked out a lot of that stuff back then, and I have a very strong feeling that Elizabeth I and Elizabeth II are actually the same person.
And didn't John Dee actually? He was working with demonology, wasn't he?
He was a very high black magician. Yes, yeah. And so I'd wondered for the longest time, why are these Goetia demons under? Why are we allowed to summon them and then tell them what to do? It didn't make any sense. So there's something going on this planet where we're linked to these. If you want to call it hell or the lower frequency, we're linked to them, and they have to do what you say. The thing is, they'll always trick you. They're always cleverer than you, and you'll always get backlash from it, and something negative will happen. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Max.
Hi.
I just wondered if you could just tell us what's actually happening with you now. Are you able to control it better, or because obviously Miles sort of said something before you arrived that you've been
over the last almost 3 years, I have done a whole lot of work in deprogramming and taking care of myself more. Because what they also do is the attachments, they attach, and then they get emotions and they sort of grow. So they attach and they grow on you, become more powerful through your own emotions, and then they start to make their thoughts your thoughts. So then you've got to differentiate between, is this my thought? Did I choose to do that? Or is this somebody else projecting the thought in my head? So, which is very, very important to do. So I learned over the last few years, and I turned a lot around from 3 years ago, because I was ending up in positions where I was almost dying, like multiple times, 10 times, 15 times, where I was almost dead and then not. So that is not. Yeah, I've come away from that. It was really they seemed to really want me to be dead for a very long time. But they now are not able to do that, because they can only attack you if you're vibrating at the same level as them. So if you're vibrating at a higher frequency, they literally can't even do anything to you. So in terms of high frequency, and doing nice things for yourself, giving back to other people, taking care of your body in terms of eating things that aren't shitty, and that is raising your vibration, because they like toxicity, they like that nastiness. So if they can trick you into doing something, somehow corruption, it's corrupting you, doing something, offering you a large amount of money to do something that would hurt somebody who you really cared about, then you are lowering your vibration, and then they've got you. So many deals are made, the heart deals. Essentially what they want to do is they want to break the human heart. And if they break the human heart, then they have it. They have us. And the human heart is the thing that's shining the brightest. That's the thing that's keeping us going. They're able to enter all the rest of the chakra points on the body, but they're not able to get to the human heart. So a lot of the deals that are made, acting deals, music deals, fame, seemingly they love, people are loving to have fame. You are selling out. If you look through all the big bands, music bands throughout maybe the last 50, 60 years, somebody has died, and all of them, somebody's been killed. And it's usually the nicest one. It's usually the one who is, the kindest or the nicer of all of them, because they're that way you're taking out, the kindest heart, and then money and fame come with that. Eric Clapton is actually quite a good example, with his son Connor Clapton, who fell out the window and died. That was Connor with Clapton was the closest thing to Eric, and he died. So that would be. Hi. Just a combination of technology and magic is a little bit like a black box like that, which you can change frequencies on, because they have to hide themselves under the guise of being, human beings here, because they don't look like human beings. And sometimes they use a holographic field around themselves. Other times it's connected to actual shape-shifting, because shape-shifting is actually very, very easy. All it is unlocking DNA codes and relocking them into another one. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you about your parents. Do you know who your biological parents are? And
Yeah.
what's your relationship like with them now? Do they know about all this?
Yeah, I'm going to be very careful about personal things like that. Yes. I do speak to one member of my family who I'm close with, who does know what's going on with that.
So were they part of it, or were they, as you said?
It's multi-generational, so every generation back, is part of it,
Right.
all the way back.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to seek a bit of elaboration actually on the question of timelines. It's funny, I was trying to ask you about it, and you actually mentioned it a few minutes ago briefly. As you know, there's a thinking that we create different timelines with every decision, etc.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to seek a little bit of elaboration, according to your experience, on the question of, well, two things really. the extent of control that the elite that you referred to might have on timelines, and B, whether if they are controlling that to any extent, whether it's on a timeline being a consensus timeline as a collective group of humanity, our total timeline, or whether they might be influencing individual timelines, if it is a case of individuals creating their own timelines.
Okay.
Just to comment on that angle, really, if you may.
Okay. So just to expand on that a little bit, I believe that the external world, everything outside of myself, is a reflection of what's going on inside of myself. I believe that essentially I'm walking through the imagination. I am the imagination of myself. I'm walking through the imagination of myself. And that when you change something significant about yourself, you're going to change the external reality, because this is the micro and that's the macro, and it does work, even down to the point of if you put a different shoe on in the morning, that if you switch up something around the other way, you'll notice that things slightly shift and slightly change. Choices that you make will shift different timelines, but then it comes down to being able to differentiate whether or not it was your choice in the first place. So if I'm driving in the car and all of a sudden I feel like orange juice, is that because I really want the vitamin C in the orange juice my body wants, or is it because 2 days before I was influenced subconsciously by something else that I saw somewhere else, on a billboard or from a commercial or something like that? Are they in control of that? To an extent. I think when you understand your own thoughts, then you are more in control of it. And then if everybody here is a single unit, really, it's just broken. So we're all one piece of glass. It's been dropped and it's just broken into separate pieces. So if I feel aware that everybody here is a part of me, and I'm just explaining, and so you're me, I'm you, and you're just explaining things, reminding you of things that you already know.
Thanks for your view on that. Thanks.
You're talking about timelines. What are your thoughts about CERN and how are they involved in manipulating time?
I think that CERN is trying to, I think it goes back to what Crowley was doing in the 20s and 30s as well. They were trying to open vortexes through rituals and ceremonies to allow very low vibrational beings in through these to sort of run amok and do what they want to do. CERN is what I feel they're trying to do, because they're using like ancient religion as well. They have a statue of Shiva right in the front of CERN, which sort of doesn't make any sense. Anyway, but if they do this correctly, they could tear a hole in space-time and allow these beings or these entities that have been locked away for very, very long time to come back here and sort of make hell on earth. If the great work of ages, which is where it began, from this whole thing began, when Atlantis fell 13,000 years ago, they have they wanted to create a new order. So it's taken 15,000 years. They had this block of time to get a perfectly organized, ordered, sort of like global Nazi state. And the capstone floating above the top of the pyramid is letting you know that it's still in progress. And when the capstone is placed on the top, then that means they have completed the great work, which is the aim to have what I just said, a global state.
Given what you went through, I'd be very interested to hear your opinion about the fact that the paedophilia within the government, where, the whole Jimmy Savile, Ninth Circle, Royal Affair thing, it's all coming to light now.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume that that would be information that they wouldn't want to come to light, the ruling families, because it's beginning to make people question. We were coming up for a general election and people are thinking, I'm not going to vote because we're run by a bunch of murdering paedophiles.
Right.
It's in the Sunday Mirror now.
Right.
It's coming to light very, very, very quickly.
That's the thing, but that makes me feel that there's something more going on with it, because like I said, the people who seemingly are in control are all expendable. And I think, yeah, there's consciousness is raising, but I think they have something else up their sleeve, and I don't think it's just going to be as simple as, okay, rising up, yes, these people have done that, yes, Prince Charles has done that. I have memories of Charles doing like heinous, unbelievably horrible things. So these people, yeah, will fall, and then so what's going to be replaced? They're going to put somebody in a position to
So you think it's a
replace.
double bluff?
I think that there's more to it than just all of a sudden we're all waking up and everything's going to be flowers. I think there's something else coming before that happens.
Will we see an end to paedophilia ever, or is it just part of this whole global, cosmic way of these beings operating?
They can't function here. They can't be here unless they steal raw, like life force energy. That's how they feed. For them to maintain how they are here, they use that. Is there going to be an end to it? There'll be an end to it when they cease to exist. And I think that we, as us being the creators, really, we have to sort of almost think them out of existence. When we realize, when everything's out, when we realize what's really, really gone on, when everybody realizes that we've all been lied to, all the textbooks were wrong, we'd all been lied to about the physics, maths, chemistry is all BS. And when we look at it like that, I mean, the influx also, the flat Earth stuff that's coming out now is insane. I don't have, I'm not saying it is or it isn't that, but I do know that the way we've been told that the globe system works isn't exactly right. So I mean, it's hard to. Yes, in the imperfect world, of course, that would all be done with.
Sarah touched. Only one more question, then I will shut up. I promise. But Sarah touched on this about the children that have been abused and how they go off and lead these awful lives. A lot of them commit suicide and turn to drugs.
The majority.
The majority.
Probably, yeah.
But if you have that trauma as a child and you have no idea why it's happening to you, let alone that it's part of a galactic thing. But can people who have been victims from children's homes and currently existing in the world as damaged adults, can you ever heal them? Can they be healed? You seem quite healed, actually, I must say.
Yes, you can, but a lot of work needs to be done. I think a lot of work has to be done. And first of all, you'd have to realize that something had been done to you. And the majority of people don't want to realize that or don't want to think that. And so, and the rational mind is so strong and telling you that, this is this and this is solid and we're sitting here when, nothing is solid. The reason we're living in a dualistic, everything is dual here. And the dualistic nature of it is the illusion of it. If it vibrates, everything is vibrating. If it's vibrating, it's going from one point to another point, back and forth is vibration, right? So it's going. There's duality within the vibration. So if it's vibrating, then it's dualistic and illusion.
Yeah, great, Max. Just a quick question about Aleister Crowley, because I do believe that intuitively anyone who's so demonized in, the public, there might actually be some truth that he may have been a star person, or at least isn't quite the demonized person that he's made out to be. And, any person like that's portrayed in a negative way, they do that for a reason. So is it that he is actually, one of these light workers, and we just don't know the full story of who he was, and obviously his connections to the intelligence agencies and things, but there's much more to his story than we actually know. And
yeah, he wrote and exposed in his books about things that had not ever been written before, and so the information that he put in his books, regardless of whether it was good or bad, or if he was doing anything good or bad, when one human being does something that nobody else has done before, we all collectively evolve and we all collectively get wiser. So in that respect, definitely, and I definitely believe that there's a Crowley connection to the Bush family as well. And I feel that Barbara Pierce, who was Barbara Bush, was the child of Crowley and somebody else. And also, I don't think anybody knows about Candy Crowley, the news reader on CNN. Has anyone seen her? Just have a look at her spitting image of him with a wig on.
I was just wondering how your schooling years were and how you managed to deal with like the system imposed on teenagers, and then how that led you to, because you said, I don't like using the word super soldier like you mentioned, but like how were you plucked?
Okay, I went to a private school in Canterbury, and a lot of things went on there. I'm just trying to be careful with names and stuff, that's all. I was christened and confirmed by the Archbishop of Canterbury in Canterbury Cathedral. And so there was that ritual in and of itself by that person. They already had picked me then. I'd been to a couple of schools, and there's a lot of missing time for me at school. There's a lot of things where wasn't aware what had gone on. And there's somebody else in particular who's in the public eye, who I sort of don't want to mention, but who went through that with me as well. And I knew, I was aware that there was stuff going on that shouldn't have been throughout school, for definite. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I've just got one more question. Did your parents know, or do your parents know, or did they know what was happening to you?
On one side of them, they both. There's Tavistock. Is Tavistock and Stanford Research Institute are prevalent in my family. I remember going to laboratories with a best friend of mine who was a little girl when we were very, very young, and her parents were scientists from Stanford, but they would come back and forth from Sussex University to Stanford University, and those two universities are the main arms of Tavistock. And I remember some strange incidents happening when we go. Her mother would say, "Okay, we're going to the lab now." And she used to come pick me up and Meredith up. This was my best friend when I was a little boy, and we'd go to the lab, and some strange things would happen there, like out of feeling like I was out of my body. And then we were locked in the car. I remember being lots of times locked into spaces with her, and it didn't make any sense. But whenever it happened, it was always sort of like in a disassociated hypnotic state. And so then when time went on after, I just assumed that it didn't really happen, or some adults say, "Oh, it's just your imagination," and I now know that it wasn't. They did 3 surgeries on my left eye after the thorn went into my eye, and they had to take my eye out and then cut the muscle behind the eye and then re-put it back in. Now, Sarah's seen my this left eye before, glow, completely become like fluorescent sometimes. If I have extreme emotions or an emotional thing come up, my left eye will glow. So I'm not so sure that they were doing exactly what was said when they were doing the eye surgeries.
I'm sorry, but you're so fascinating. Are you still programmed now, or are your alters?
I would say, yeah. I would say yes. But I mean, it's such a long process to deprogram, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and you have to sort of surround yourself with people who you really can trust, because I've certainly not said a lot of the things that have happened, because some of them are really, really brutal, and some of them are not very nice to hear, But I'm quite happy to talk one-on-one, with that. But I'm much more careful now about what I'm going to say in front of a camera.
And have other people contacted you? Just for example, you mentioned Meredith, and there must be other people that...
I hadn't seen Meredith, the friend from school. She's a doctor now, and I hadn't seen her since I was 7 or 8. She actually works at Stanford now. She does that.
But do you have any contact with people who have gone through similar experiences where their altars have broken down and they're remembering, and it seems to be a collective remembering? You're waking up, people in here have woken up, people are waking.
Yeah.
There's obviously an army presumably some sort of army of you guys. And your friend James Casbolt, if you could talk a bit more about him, if he is your friend, I don't know.
No,
he's not
really.
your friend. There's obviously a link there. You grew up in the same place.
Yeah. He is not happy. He's very angry at me. Well, I didn't have any animosity towards him. He got angry. He's angry at me. But it's a bit difficult to go into his story, because there's a blackmail and lawsuits.
You don't have to, but it's interesting.
Yeah. So we're born 6 days apart. So we're both Capricorn fire dragons, which is very significant, because the game where I met him, the game that we were playing was called Double Dragon. And so I think the arcade game itself was programming, and something to do with splitting, something to do with trauma bonding. You put two boys together and traumatize them at the same time. You have a link forever from that. So that, I think that was going on. He remembers that. Also, these water slides that came down into they're very symbolic. It's almost like coming through the birth canal, and coming through a black birth canal, a red one and a yellow one. It's very symbolic as well. The whole setup of the swimming pool and leisure centre was set up as a ritual and a ceremony. So you come down the birth canal there, then we played the Double Dragon game, then spiral staircase, then this sort of like classroom setting. So all these things like tie in.
Anyone else? Any question you'd like to ask? Haven't had many from the back. Yes. Anybody at the back? Yes. Thanks, Noel.
Thank you. I just wondered, because you're waking up, which I think is wonderful, are you now approached by entities or other presences that are supporting your waking up?
I'm very aware of my guides that have been with me, all my galactic family that is always with me, that has always been with me. I'm aware of that. I was very disconnected from that for a long time, and then the more you sort of become in sort of constant touch with them, your decision-making skills sort of get better. Because when you're not connected to them, you tend to make really bad decisions, or I did. So yeah. Am I answering the question right?
Yeah. It's also because I noticed that there's such a change going on, that let's say the positive, the constructive powers or presences are approaching the ones who want to wake up easily. Now,
I also have the negative ones following me all the time.
Yes.
And I'm aware of them watching, following.
But are you aware of any communication between those two? I mean, in the other dimensions.
They've had to. There was numerous divided forces that infighting. They're sort of like a crew of robbers where they agree on the crime, but they don't agree how the money is sort of divided out to each other. But now they've had to so they've all sort of kind of got together and joined to make sure that they get the agenda fulfilled. So the ones that had been fighting for thousands of years have now come together. The Davidic bloodline, which King David's bloodline, is now joined with the Merovingian bloodline. They've connected up, which they never would have done for a long time. The tribe of Judah is joined up with. I'm talking about the negative aspects of the tribe of Judah that joined up, and this really does lead back to Anu, Enki, and Leo, and the original Anunnaki who created this hominid, or this upright species that we have now, this template of the being that we are now. They sort of put together. Remember, they've got the technology just to build a being, place it inside the female, and let it grow, and then they think that it's their child when in fact it's hidden under another name with sleeper programming to wake up when they want it to wake up, to go ahead and do the duties or the job that they want it to do. That makes sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Gentlemen.
Hi there. My name is Ashley. I wanted to know that in your earlier speech you said chakras. So I would like to sort of amplify, are you in any way spiritual in terms of your spirituality, and how do you balance the future?
How do I balance the future? I stepped out of thinking about things that are negative and positive and future and past and up and down, because that's reinforcing the dualistic nature of the trap and the prison that we're in at the moment. So my spirituality is sort of going within, and I found most of the answers and most of the things when I sit quietly away from other people, and then sort of, I'm not necessarily meditating, or transcendental meditation has been incredible, and so spiritually I find the answers within myself. As soon as you start looking externally for a God or an answer, you've missed the point, because then you're giving your power, in my opinion, you're giving your power away to something else when you're trying to keep it for yourself. We were all in this position because we've given all our power away to something that doesn't have our best interests.
And how would you view past life and regeneration?
Okay, so I would say that it would be concurrent life, because time would be an illusion. So it would be all like a Russian doll, one with the other and the other. So it's all happening because there's only the eternal present that's really real. Time is very obviously an illusion to me. So how do I view that? It means, so we're living in linear. We're all agreeing on linear time because it sort of makes it easier to meet up somewhere. Otherwise, we'd all be arriving here or not. So in terms of that, are you asking me if I believe in reincarnation? Was that what you were asking me? Absolutely, because it feels yes, absolutely.
So you would say that can we, or somehow that we may have or may not have healing powers to heal ourselves?
I think everybody is self-regenerational. I think everybody can regenerate themselves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just talk? We're all living longer, and I know it might be a little bit an awkward question, but who's actually responsible for making us be older, being alive longer? Is it ET, or is it human beings?
You mean the few years older that we're getting now? Rather?
Yeah, I mean, like
that's only really because of the food isn't. I mean, the food is.
It's what? Sorry.
The food is a little bit better. There's medicine, Western medicine now, but we should the human body is genius incarnate, and it's infinite incarnate. It shouldn't age up to 100 years. We should live thousands of years. We shouldn't be aging like this.
So what's stopping it?
I'm sorry?
What is stopping
well,
us?
the creators of this particular body messed around with our DNA helixes. So we're not. If there's 12 basic root races in this particular galaxy, feline races, dog races, reptilian, a number of different reptilian races, mammalian races. What they've locked it down within the human body is only mammalian and reptoid. So we've only got those two, and they don't fit together at all. They're complete opposites. So essentially, every human being has got an internal war going on inside them at all times, and most things that are promoted are reptilian brain based things, survival type stuff. So eating, fighting, sleeping, anything, all those things. Like sex without love, all the things that are sort of based upon the pleasure sensor part of the brain, the pleasure part of the self-pleasure part of the brain is all based on reptilian part of the brain. The R complex it's called.
So I know that in the human body there's, I'm not sure about this, but there's a part of us that is reptilian. Oh yeah, on the pelvic.
The amygdala, yeah.
Yeah, if we've got that, isn't that, shouldn't we be inheriting that sort of genius? Genus? Genome, yeah. Shouldn't we be inheriting that genome to make us live longer from that?
Well, we're predominantly, because it's the neo-mammalian brain, we're predominantly neo-mammalian, okay, and the older part, the ancient part of the brain is the amygdala. It doesn't mean that that we would live any longer. We're either one. Yeah, I think that they're both. We should have far more strands of DNA. Far more strands of DNA.
Well, in actual fact, we've got 2 strands.
We've got 2 strands. Yeah.
It's moving into 3, isn't it? Because you're getting.
Some people have more than that now. Some people are walking around with far more than 2 strands.
I believe that 200 million years ago, we did have 12 strands. And we was messed about then, and they took away sort of 10 strands, leaving us with just really 2 strands, which is one survival and the other one was procreation.
Right, mammalian, reptilian, yeah.
So that did happen, sort of 200, if not a little bit more longer than that. But
right.
We are a human body that did have 12 strands.
Yes, yeah. I mean, in its prime form, how it's supposed to be, yeah. The enlil disconnected it and sort of yeah. There's still that war going on between the 2 half brothers, Enlil and Enki, and you've got the the war going on between the scientists and the priests, which stems from Atlantis all the way up to present day. Yeah, the scientists want to have this body, live in this body, stay in here, for good, and continue like that. The priests understand that really we're part of a bigger thing than that.
Yeah, because the Pleiadians have 12 strands, don't they?
I hear.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi Max, I'm Lisa.
Hi Lisa.
I'm interested to know, when you, going back a little bit, maybe 10 minutes ago, you said that there was possibly 2 million people that you guesstimated that might be of similar experiences to yourself?
No. I think that specific programming has been done so there's beta programming, delta programming, omega programming, one or the other. I think there's been about in the US, I think it's been 2 million, about 2 million.
So you do believe there's been plenty of people out there that have been programmed? Yeah.
Loads and loads. 90%, 95% don't have any idea.
Okay. And so what do you think that end game is? what's your perception of that? So if there are all these people programmed, what do you think the end game is for that? A lot of time and effort has obviously been put into that.
Yeah.
So would you say the end game, or there isn't? They're just sleeping.
No, they're there for a reason. I think that when it's shut, when everything sort of when it hits the fan, then they're sleeper. A lot of them are sleeper programmers, and they'll be activated to do what they're supposed. I think each one will have a different thing that they're supposed to do, and some of them are shepherds. Some of them are to go and. Each one is different. Military programs, sexual program. They're all different ones, but they're going to be used for that.
See you, sir. And we're rolling. And commence your presentation.
Okay, I will give my best.
And welcome to Harold.
As you heard, I'm coming from Germany, and I did science half of my life, and I worked as a journalist the other half of my life, writing articles, books for about 1.5 years in film business. So I saw a little bit of the world and many different topics. So I'm a little bit trained in interconnecting and understanding more complicated fields of research. This is maybe my core quality. And I started to deal with environmental monitoring when I was in Norway. Actually, I was working in Norway in the field of electrosensitivity for a company supplying measuring material like this one, and shielding materials, and giving courses for the people to understand what is happening if somebody becomes electrosensitive. And when I was there, I kind of was asked to look at chemical analysis of dying plants and the rainwater that caused the plant death, and soil samples, because the farmers realized they're losing parts of their harvest that year. It was 2012, but they didn't know why, so they went to the labs, and then they had the lab results and they couldn't read it. They saw values, but they didn't even know what should have been on these papers. So they addressed me as a little bit crazy scientist from Germany and asked for help. And since then, I'm working on this chemtrail topic. And I think we looked through it now. It took quite a while to understand the different, let's say, the different agendas behind it, because it is not a single agenda. It's not a single group that has interests and is doing something to get what they want. It is a kind of onion-like structure of different groups who have different interests, and the longer you research on the topic, the more layers you discover. So what I'm trying to do today is kind of to dive through this onion-like structure and to try to give you a picture of those different agendas behind chemtrailing. There are two things I'm not going to do, and where I really would ask everybody who is discussing the topic, don't stare into the sky and try to figure out whether the thing you see is a chemtrail or a contrail. It leads to nothing. It's a fruitless discussion, and we cannot solve this from down here. You cannot grab the stuff up there, you cannot make a chemical analysis. Just staring at it system out, and so that it cannot be abused by other entities. This is what he said. And he said this is airborne since 2003 in Europe. And he said that the second war, the last war in Iraq, was only done to test the system. It was the only real reason for the war. This is what he wanted to tell us, or from my point of view, the important stuff. Then he said some things aside that I counted to be very, very important. I don't think he did. He said they spent half a year and $10 billion to optimize the cluster topology. And this is something that I guess, says nothing to anyone here. But if you're into the topic, if it's like having a virus and you want to bring the virus into a human being to have him infected with this, cluster topology is of no interest. You need to think about cluster topologies. If you want to have these RNA or DNA clusters carry intelligence, carry soul, carry an artificial life form, then it makes sense. And if you picture this, we are infected with this RNA, and the RNA is forming a cluster of 1 millimeter distances around us. And a cluster like this is able to carry a computer program or an artificial, non-physical structure or being. This structure can hoover through the field, but it also can hoover into us. And this structure knows how to access the light production, and it knows how to access the production of poisons. And it also carries intelligence in itself and has the ability to make decisions. This is something that is just implied by the fact that he said we needed to optimize cluster topology. It's a little bit far out, it's a little bit speculation within this, but it gives me a kind of triggering moment when I listen to the word smart dust. I get the feeling that this somehow is related to this capability of these optimized cluster topology to carry intelligence and to make its own decisions, if you want so. So this basically is just by looking at the spots where these people are among themselves and listening to some people who spoke out before they died. And the thing now I want to mention, this is the address to the intelligence community. I'm a hardcore scientist, but I really appreciate the possibilities that lie in the spiritual world. And I had so many open questions. Point when this alien black goo arrived on the planet. And it is very likely that we can put the date at 80,000 BC, connected to the destruction of the Lemurian continent. This is a soft source, I would say. I wouldn't call it hardcore science, but many things hint to this. And people who have memory of incarnations in that time report that in the moment when Lemuria went down, there was a swarm of meteorites coming in, hundreds of them, hitting the earth, containing this black goo. And they also say that connected with these meteorites, there was an invasion of a species that said actually that they are in trouble and that they need asylum, and ask the people of that time to give them that asylum. And after some time they realized that this was fraud, that they begged for help. And the moment they were let in, they started to manipulate the subconsciousness and sent mankind to an ugly state, to the ugly state we are in now still. To be able to control them and to be able to feed on them. So this is a full story reported by people who have the full memory of that time. Take it as whatever it is. Some people believe in reincarnation, some people have memory of former lives. I find it interesting that people who claim to have memory of former lives are able to give me precise information on topics I do research. So this is what is giving me the trust to listen to these people. And now, another thing that becomes interesting when you look at the different types of the black goo. I titled as binary versus trinary love. The sensation of the black goo forms is different. One is full of empathy, you have a heart in there, and one is cold and empathy free. If you look at the scalar fields that are forming, how to say from which corner to take it first. If you look at the Vedic medicine, you have all these mandalas showing the symmetries within the chakras. This is about angular relationships. You can but in harmony with each other. Are they resonating on the same frequencies or not? And the thing is, if they're just clever moves. We want to talk about chemtrails. So the first question that comes up to my mind is, where does this word come from? And this is a question that is beyond theory, because you can find organs inside. They have little red stem cells of an unknown species that are self-replicating as well. And apparently they produce other structure. This looks like a sporing body. It's like the unit where the mycelium at a certain point is forming a mushroom, a fruiting body. And then from the fruiting body you would expect the spores for the next generation, if this is a mushroom, if this is a fungus. So this seems to be the containment for the spores, because if you put this into the pit,
how did the hybridization start? What is a reptilian hybrid, in your view?
There has been normal hybridization for thousands of years, but how this particular program started was in the 1950s. There was a treaty signed with the American government and the Germans in space that 150,000 Americans would be provided every year to the Germans. And that was because they won the Battle of Operation High Jump.
Okay.
And the CIA was balking at this. And so they used the excuse that humans don't last very long. Draco are a higher energy being than humans are, and their normal means of communication is telepathic. And they can talk, and they despise having to talk to humans, because when they practice their normal full intimacy telepathy, it fries our brains. We simply are not hardwired to handle it. So they have to make a special effort to communicate with us. And even doing that, being in the same room with one of them for an hour at most will kill a normal human. We're just not hardwired for their energy levels. So that was the excuse that the CIA came up with to modify the assets, that's what they call us, to modify us with Draco DNA so we could live with the Draco without falling over dead. And there were some benefits to this for them. We were expected to have higher psionic abilities because of it. Normals, controls. When you do a science study, you have the people that you're working on and you have the normals or controls. So normals have a certain percentage depending on their ethnic background. Some groups have more than others, but all humans have a percentage of people who are naturally gifted with higher psionic abilities. Historically, these people have been called witches. And we all know various religions have gone out of their way to eliminate these people. And so those particular ethnic groups have less than the rest. And so the CIA was specifically targeting the ethnic groups that have more than the rest and then shooting them up with Draco DNA. Before we were born. So we had there are several religions in America who claim that we gave consent for this. There is no way in hell that an embryo is giving consent. I don't care what they think.
So how did that, do you know how the procedure went? You said that this was before you were born. Did they take your mother, for example, somewhere on board a ship or on a base to do this?
I know that my mother has alters, which means that she has gone through mind fracture. I know that in the 50s, we had just gotten through World War II. We were in this paranoia about the Soviets, and I'm sure you had a similar paranoia about us.
Yeah, sure.
And so national security was the perfect excuse to get anybody to do anything. And so my impression, looking at documents and knowing what happened to me, is that they had certain women that they had chosen to follow. These were the test subjects. And their doctors were asked to report when they showed up pregnant. And so knowing what the signs of the Draco modifications are, I know at least 2 of my siblings have also been modified. But they didn't ask her. She knows nothing about this. You ask her about this and she will go off the deep end screaming that I'm insane. But she has at least 3 alters that I interact with on a regular basis, and 2 of them hate me. So family life gets difficult when the CIA intervenes. I imagine some of your people had the same problem with KGB. So they would call the woman in to the doctor's office and use whatever technology they had at the time to manipulate the embryo. I'm not sure exactly what they did, whether they took her to a ship or a base. I know we lived about 20 miles from a military base. It had been used a lot during World War II, but had been almost decommissioned. So there was still equipment and things. So it would not have been difficult to take her there. And I was the first child, so she had no little ones to have to worry about. So,
But how did you find out about this procedure? I mean, did you find out about this when after you've entered the program, after a while, that you were hybridized, or how did you know that you were a hybrid and others were hybrids too?
I knew when I was on Mars. The Germans called me a Missgeburt. That translates into an abortion that lived.
Okay.
Because I was modified. And I've had commanders that just flat out called me a Draco. They said, you smell like a Draco, you act like a Draco, you're a Draco. You're just in an almost human body. As far as the Earth me finding out about it, I had a regression hypnosis in January 2015. I can't remember the exact date. There was a lady that was trained by Dolores Cannon, and she was in Tracy, and she accepted me for half her usual fee because I was on Social Security disability. And she's no longer doing those hypnosis things. She had too many issues with people freaking out afterwards. There are a lot of Americans who think they have a normal life and they have anomalies. And so they go and they have hypnosis, and they're not always happy with what they hear coming out of their own mouth. So then they attack the messenger. And that is part of our programming, is we attack the people who help us. So this has been a big problem in the online group that we have, because you'll reach a certain level and suddenly your programming will blow up. So
I see. Okay, so after you found out in this Earth life that you've been hybridized, can you tell now about others that they have been hybridized too? Are there any physical? How does a person know if they have or haven't been shot with the Draco blood?
Okay, the first most obvious sign is that you have psionic abilities that normals don't. You'll hear other people's thoughts without trying. If you go into a crowded room, you're suddenly overwhelmed by the emotions everyone's feeling. And if there's someone that's sick, you will feel what they're feeling. So you might feel sick for a week afterwards just from being around them. You might be able to move small objects without realizing it. You think about it afterwards and you go, did I do that? I've known people who could levitate, not necessarily floating in air like you see the yogis do, but walking about 2 inches off the floor. The first time I saw someone actually do that, I was like, oh my God. I didn't think that was possible.
Have you been levitating too?
I do not levitate real world. I have memories of levitating when I was in the space programs. I have not done, we call it here and now. I do not levitate here and now. I have moved things when I was scared. My biggest thing is I hear what other people think. I feel what they feel. I blow up electronics. That can start fires. And no, I'm not the one messing with our internet right now. I want it to work.
Okay, so the program takes, according to the agreement they have, the program that the Germans take 150,000 Americans every year, and all of these people are actually hybridized in some way.
Yes.
But you said that the Germans called you a Draco. That means they weren't hybridized. They weren't part of this whole idea. Okay.
The reason the Germans asked for so many people was they knew they did not have enough genetic diversity to maintain colonies. And they were hoping that these Americans would want to join them. Except they wanted 100% Terran human genetics. And the Draco edition made us unsuitable. So they were angry, viciously angry. And I don't know of any of us who were used in these programs that were not insulted for it. Miscabert is the usual name for us.
So they got kind of screwed in this program. They got what they wanted, but then the whole commodity, if you will, was basically contaminated.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, exactly. The CIA was screwing them over on purpose, but with a rational excuse. So they got the product delivered, but not in a shape they could use for their interior use. And so that's one of the issues that the Germans in space have with the Americans. Every time they have actually trusted, they've been screwed over. So there's a lot of mistrust. As a navigator in space, I had to be at least a lieutenant for that position. And I actually worked up to commander twice. And I would get in trouble for something Draco related and bumped back down. So I have multiple alters out there who are responsible for taking ships and even the whole armada into hyperspace together and making sure nobody's in a wall. We call it a bulkhead. Nobody in a wall whenever that we come out. So I have their lives in my hands, and yet I'm constantly in trouble because Draco. And it feels unfair to me because I didn't ask to be modified. So
okay, this is an interesting point, because what you said is that they modified the Draco. That was the Draco's idea to modify you guys.
No, it was the CIA's idea.
It was the CIA's idea. So the CIA was basically working with the Draco closer than the Germans at that point, right?
They got the DNA samples somehow.
And so how did that happen? Because a lot of people think now that the Draco and the Germans are sort of, one team. And then you have the CIA, which was, supposedly infiltrated by the Germans, and there you have the picture. But what you're saying is that the CIA was kind of separate in that way. It wasn't by any means hijacked by the Fourth Reich or whatever. And now we have, two sides, and now you have the Germans that are with the Draco, sort of, but not really. And then you have CIA working with the Draco and actually doing their own thing against the Germans. So how does that... Because you have the insight on this, and most people get the idea, this black and white kind of, the Germans didn't win the war, and then they infiltrated the paperclip and that in the secret space program, and basically you have the CIA, which is a semi rogue faction of the Fourth Reich. This is what most people think, but that doesn't sound like that's the case, right?
That's not the reality that I live with. The reality that I lived with is that the Germans in space think they got a raw deal from the Draco. And they have been trying to separate themselves from them ever since, to varying degrees of success. The colonies that the Germans have in space are pretty much Draco-free. The military still is hand in glove with the Draco, and that's a very big difference. People also think that this is a linear thing, that the Germans have only been there since the 1940s and it can only be so many people there. Well, when you are doing hyperspace, you are also time traveling. And some of the colonies are 400 years old because of that. So there are some incredibly developed planets with 400 years of German occupation.
Amazing.
They are pretty much Draco-free. The military still is hand in glove with the Draco, and that's a very big difference. People also think that this is a linear thing, that the Germans have only been there since the 1940s and it can only be so many people there. Well, when you are doing hyperspace, you are also time traveling. And some of the colonies are 400 years old because of that. So there are some incredibly developed planets with 400 years of German occupation.
Amazing.
They have traveled back in time on Earth and picked up their own people who would have died in plagues or wars or genocides and popped them into space. Because they have the capability of bringing people back from the dead and healing their diseases, they have picked up plague victims, tossed them into the regeneration, brought them back to life, and used those in their colonies. So these are not all Nazis. That's a major misconception. This was Teutonic Knight aristocracy who were running this. And no, they're not any nicer than the Nazis.
Right, so some people wouldn't know the difference if they looked at them.
But they're not any nicer, they're not any more polite. They are definitely, we are the boss, and you guys are a second-class citizen, especially those of us who were shot up with Draco.
If the Germans weren't modified, they didn't modify themselves, right?
Right.
To work side by side with the Draco, how did they, because you said that a person cannot basically tolerate being near the Draco for very long. How did they manage to, serve with them? Because according to the general story right now, the Draco and the Germans are going out there and conquering planets and doing some major operations. So how can they be together?
They're on totally separate ships, and the Draco themselves have created, I believe they call them avatar bodies, that are not biologically Draco. And they are transferring their consciousness into these avatar bodies in order to interact with 100% human. They've gone to a lot of trouble to do this because they see the German military as a major asset. And there are a lot of joint efforts, programs It's not so much about conquering and creating more territory. It's about worlds that are trying to get their freedom. Now, if you're a loyal subject on a loyal planet, the Draco take a tax, but otherwise they treat you pretty decently. But when you decide that you no longer want to pay that tax or serve in the military or do anything for them, then they can get pretty nasty. And that's where the Germans are working with the Draco, is in putting down those rebellions.
And why are the Germans so valuable to the Draco if they have all that technology and might to basically subjugate anyone they want? Why are the Germans being, human beings from Earth who are, well, generally not so, agile in space? They have to be trained more, they have to have more weapons and stuff. What's the edge for them, for the Draco, to use the Germans?
We're creative. The other races out there use what they have the way they always have, and they don't think outside the box. We do. They have watched us take bits of technology from 1,000 different races and put them together and create completely new technologies. They've watched us for the 400 years the Germans have colonies. They've watched us do some incredible things, and the Germans in space are way advanced over anything on Earth. If they wanted to come to Earth and take it over, there's nothing we could do to stop them.
And why don't they?
Because they left because they were being genocided. They basically said, you don't want us, goodbye, and left. That was...
Genocided by...
Well, the records I've found have been the Jesuits have been attacking the German people since the Jesuits were first formed.
And why the Germans?
Well, it wasn't just the Germans that they attacked. If you look through history, it started with, well, if you look through the history, there was the Albigensian Crusade, there was the genocide of the Tuatha De Danann in Ireland, there was the genocide of the Armenians, that was what I blanked on. So if you go back through time, there have been probably at least 20 genocides that were 50 to 100 years in length that wiped out a specific population that was very high metagene. And most of them have been Nordic hybrids, which would be a whole nother program.
So since you said that the Germans actually saw you as a as a freak, right, of nature.
That's a polite term.
Draco.
That's a polite term for how they saw us, a freak of nature.
I see. Okay. So did the Draco then look at you as one of their own, or something like that? Did they treat you with more respect than the rest of, the humans they see?
The Draco always treated me really well, and I never saw them abuse one of the hybrids. They didn't treat us like one of them, but we were still a lesser being, but we were not mistreated. They would sometimes get frustrated with the Germans and just knock them across the room. They never did that.
So being mistreated by the Draco is basically they would hit you, or what do they do? And why would they do it?
Because humans are not as smart as Draco, and they get frustrated trying to talk, and they get frustrated because, in their words, we have no honor. I mean, look at American history. We've never kept a single treaty that we've ever made. with anybody. We have no honor. And honor is the biggest deal to Draco. That's one of the things that the hybrids have in common with the Draco. If you dishonor one of us, we'll never forgive you. Nope, not happening. You insult my honor, you're dead to me. Or worse, I'll hunt you down and do something to humiliate you. I don't kill people. I don't do vengeance stuff other than I will humiliate you so you know how it feels.
Right, so they create these hybrids, and that means you are specifically designed to work, beside the Draco. What did you personally do did you have any missions with them? Like, did you work with them?
When I was on Mars, I was there for 25 years. The first 10 I was in Shula, where they taught me right along with their own kids for the colony. They taught us their version of history and the version of science.
The Germans did.
The Germans did. And it was taught Prussian style, where everybody said everything out loud, and if you said it wrong, you got your fingers slapped. And it was Prussian style school. We spoke Schwabian rather than Hochdeutsch. And so when I was about 19, I was put in a fighter jet as a and I was part of a unit that was called the Valkyrie. I didn't know what my name was, so they were calling me the Valkyrie, my real first name and my unit name. And I was a pilot for the next 15 years. And my duties included hunting down raptor nests on Mars. So I was flying high altitude and using a computer to hunt down the Mars native raptors.
Did you report to a Draco when you would come back and stuff like that?
I reported immediately to a German Kapitan. And his boss was a Draco, and an Alpha Drac, and he was about 13 feet tall. That would be over 3 meters tall.
Yeah,
we're talking
4 meters something. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking really, really big. At least twice much.
He was a royal?
He was white, so yeah, okay. Alphas are all from Alpha Draconis. They are all the same race, and they are not the same race as the other planets in that system, but they have subjugated the rest of them. And they have a caste system where the alphas are always the boss. And they have a caste system inside their own society where the royals are a group of 4 or 5 small families that interbreed in such a way that they're not inbred.
Sounds familiar.
Very familiar. Most of the caste system countries on Earth have followed the same plan.
So you would come back, report to your Capitan, and he would then go and he would deal with the Draco, but not you guys who were like serving maybe a lower rank, right?
I was a lieutenant. I got up to a second lieutenant while I was on Mars. The U.S. Navy does not have a second lieutenant, but the Germans operate like their Luftwaffe. That was what their space force was formed out of, was Luftwaffe. So they have Luftwaffe ranks. So I was told I was U.S. Navy on loan to the Germans, and that my rank with the Navy was a lieutenant. That my rank with Nachtwaffen, the space fleet, was a second lieutenant.
Did you guys have meetings with the Draco? Did they instruct you? Did they train you? Was there anything like that?
Yes. My unit was all women, and we would have meetings. It's a different calendar there, but it would be basically monthly. We would have a meeting with the Draco where we were told what our basic assignments were.
And they would, communicate telepathically to you? Is there like a meeting place, or how is it done exactly?
It was a room with a large ceiling, and he had a larger chair, and he would sit in front of us, and we would be in human-sized chairs and with tables and taking notes. And yes, the glass pads are real, and yes, I did know the human who literally spent years uploading the information to them. He had been at Langley with me. He was in the team that I was in that survived Langley and got sent to Mars, and that was his job, was to upload information to the Mars net in English, German, and Russian. And when he was on Earth afterwards, because we all get sent back, he worked for the Air Force in the Russian translation department. And
so he was a Russian-speaking.
He sounded Lithuanian. I met him real world, here and now, in 2013, and he was the agent who activated my memories. And they used him because they knew I would trust him.
Oh my God.
And then the CIA killed him in 2016.
So you would sit, you would sit in front of him and he would instruct you? You would type it in or into the glass pad, or how?
We were supposed to take notes in the glass pad. That was one of the ways that the Draco tested our understanding of what we were being told. Most of it was telepathy. He would have visuals, and sometimes the visuals were telepathic, and sometimes
in your head, yeah.
Yes, in your head, and sometimes they were holographic, because the Germans had holographic imagery back in the 60s.
In the colonies, right?
On Mars. Yeah. At that time period, I only remember Mars. So I was officially based out of F0rce, or as some of the others call it, Aries Prime. And it was at first kind of a colony and a base together. It is now a military base that shared between the Germans and the Americans. So I would have never been in an American English speaking side. I was a German asset, and I was in the German colony, and so anyone who was in the American sections had a different experience than I did.
I see. So the Americans did not have the right over you to utilize you because you were handed over way back.
Exactly.
To the Germans.
I was handed over to the Germans when I was 9. So I was a German asset. And I was taught in their schools, and I was used in their program.
Wouldn't it be, like, for the Germans, wouldn't it be, like, advantageous to have you guys on the base? You could be, with the Draco, you could be with the humans, you have all this, telepathy and all these psionic stuff, and you're weaponized psionics specialists there. Why would they be so discriminative towards you? I don't understand, because they, as I understand, they're very pragmatic, so you might be different, but you are still special for being who you are. Why did they have such a problem with that?
Because we were too much like
Like the Draco?
We were too much like the Germans.
And?
Sometimes we were superior to the Germans. And when you think you're the master race, that can be kind of intimidating.
Oh, I see.
And I would sometimes have anger control issues. And knowing that there was regeneration technology so that if I blew up someone's head, they would be brought back to life. I didn't always control that impulse real well. So they were a little afraid of me. And that was why the one's commanding officer said that I was a Jacob, was because he was doing things to me that were illegal and unhonorable, and I got mad and blew up his head. And
with a gun?
With my mind, psionic abilities. I'm weaponized. Thankfully, in the here and now on Earth, I have a firewall on that ability. So I can't do that to people here. I have electronics, but I have not harmed any people that I know of.
So it's fight or flight now for you to actually tap into that.
I have to actually believe that I'm going to die to be able to use that.
I remember you described an experience once that the CIA brought you over to a sacrifice ritual, and you said that I don't know what the purpose was, but you said that they were watching you closely and, watching if you would react like a Draco, and if you would, they would do something. Can you just describe that experience? What was that about?
That was about a myth that Draco hybrids shapeshift.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
And
I was gonna ask that.
That is a myth because your physical self doesn't realign itself based on mood. You are what you are. But at that point, the CIA was checking it out, and I was at puberty, so about 13, 14 years old. And they took me to several of these rituals where there was an alpha draconian named Baphomet who was red in color, and he had made arrangements with elites. He was a adrenochrome addict, and in exchange for the elites providing him with adrenochrome, he would use technology and psionics to give them the desires of their heart. And the religion of the elites of the world is based on this.
Where was the sacrifice ritual?
It was in Los Angeles, California.
Okay.
And
You said you were 13. Did they bring you over from Mars, or how did that?
It was after Mars. It was when I had been brought back to Earth.
Oh, all right. So in this life.
In this life, here and now. And
wow, not in the 50. What do you have? 55 and back almost.
Not 55 and back. It was in here and now. This life.
Yeah.
And they picked me.
Did they kidnap you? How did they do this? They basically kidnap you somehow.
They basically kidnapped me from after school, high school. I lived in Lancaster, near Los Angeles, and they picked me up after school and took me. And then they brought me home. I made it home somewhere around midnight. They dropped me off at the end of the driveway, and the driveway was almost a mile long. So I got in trouble. My parents were religious fanatics, and I'm this child, teenager, and they were quite angry, and I was beaten for it. So I not only had to worry about was I going to do something I didn't think was possible and end up the CIA killing me, but I had to deal with my parents when I got home. And
so they didn't use any time travel on this case. Okay.
No, it was just simple kidnapping, take me to this and bring me back. And they didn't bring me back to the house, they brought me back to the end of the driveway. And we were out in the country. So I've generally lived rural, and so it made it easier for them to pick me up. because no one to notice.
What do you remember from the experience? What was it like what was the place like, and who was there, and what happened?
It was a large yard with a pool.
Outside.
It was outside. It was a large yard that was absolutely full of people, and they were killing small children and letting the blood run over everyone. And Baphomet talked to me, and he said something about, "You're not like the rest." And at the time, I brushed it off as nightmares because I had nothing to relate it to. They picked me up again when I was in my early 20s and lived in San Diego. And I refused to take part in the ceremony at all. I just backed off. And I don't remember them picking me up again after that. So they definitely got the idea that I wanted nothing to do with it. So.
And if you did, what would they do? What was their, was it like an experiment on their part? What do they want?
They wanted to know if I was safe to be in the human community.
Okay.
That I was not going to kill people. I was not going to turn into a lizard. I was not going to expose their hybridization program.
And they didn't know that for sure. Like they actually modified people without knowing what would happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did that. They modified people without having any idea what was going to happen later on.
And they had to basically re-kidnap them back and recheck and do the research afterwards, not before.
Okay. Well, the treaty was signed in 1953. I was born in 1955, not even 2 years later. So I'm part of the very beginning of it.
I see.
So yeah, I'm test subject.
So Baphomet then is he like the head reptile for, I don't know, the Earth district or whatever? No?
No. He's just an addict that made a deal.
But he's one of them. He's one of the Draco.
They're ashamed of him. They say he has no honor.
Really? So he's not representing that, cult from up, top to bottom. No.
No, but he's been on. He was on Earth for thousands of years, dealing with all of the elites since Sumer, and so they always presented him as a god, and never knew about what he really was just a drug addict. And my understanding is the Galactic Authority finally caught up with him 2 years ago.
Right, I heard that.
And he was executed for his crimes against humanity.
I see.
So the elites are left with a religion that no longer works.
So the Draco themselves are not keen on receiving this human sacrifice for the most part, you're saying?
No. They want.
So what do they want from Earth now? What's their biggest, what's the nugget here for them? If they don't want, because most people think that the reptiles, they're evil, they just want, and the elites worship them and they're in cahoots with them. You have the Jesuits and the Vatican and the sacrifice, it all fits together in one. And what you're saying now, there is, basically Baphomet had his own business here.
Yep.
Like a business enterprise, basically.
Baphomet had his own business here. And
right, so they were selling him what he wanted, he was giving them what they wanted. I don't know what exactly. And so, as far as the Draco go, as the group, what did they want apart from that?
They want taxes, which is a percentage of the gross national product of every country.
In the form of what? Gold?
Whatever it is. Gold, copper,
okay,
food crops.
Wow.
Well, they have a huge empire. And not every planet is self-sufficient. And they take the taxes from the planets that are and get a premium price from the planets that aren't. So they're making their version of wealth off the taxes. And as long as
in the form of what? Gold?
Whatever it is. Gold, copper, food crops.
Wow.
Well, they have a huge empire. And not every planet is self-sufficient. And they take the taxes from the planets that are and get a premium price from the planets that aren't. So they're making their version of wealth off the taxes. And as long as you're paying your taxes, and you can do what you want.
Okay. And they deal with the elites on that, right? They don't come
Deal with the elites on that, yes.
Okay, that's very interesting.
So it's like, everybody wants to know who's in charge of the planet. Well, it gets complicated. Okay. Alex wanted me to talk about my here and now 3D experience of having my memories restored. Now, I need to give you a little bit of background so you'll know how I got into this position. My second husband had poisoned me to collect on life insurance. And when I divorced him, I was dying from arsenic poisoning. And I was so sick, I could not even shower by myself. That was in 2001. And I was trying to work because I still had to be self-supporting, and I had a child in high school. And I was a part-time janitor at a limestone quarry. It was 1 or 2 days a week that I would work there and clean the outbuildings. You know, the lab and the scale house and, you know, the buildings where the men worked, to keep them clean enough for the computers to work. Well, I was really sick from the arsenic, and it was taking me longer and longer and longer and longer to do the work. And both California and the American government laws are, if you're working at a mine, the only person who can be there alone is the security guard. So as the janitor, I had to be babysat. So Lou, the man I live with, was the security guard. And his wife had left him 5 years earlier. He was alone. And when I finally filed for a divorce, I was still pretty sick. And I had 3 grown adult children staying with me. And they decided to stop pitching in on the rent. Well, I couldn't work enough to cover the bills. So I booted them all out and started selling my properties, you know, my possessions. And I was putting the money into a fund to send my high school age child to live with my mother in Tennessee. And I was going to live in my car. And Lou got wind of this. And he told me that that was a stupid idea, that I would be dead within a month, and that he was not going to stand for it. That the youngest and I could move in with him and he would take care of us. So I moved in with him and he did take care of me. But he and his wife had never filed for divorce. So when I got better, I was working again, and I got tired of being a mistress. That's the flat out truth. About 2011, I started looking for someone that I could marry who was going to be mine. I was looking for a man to marry who would be mine. And it wasn't that I didn't like Lou. It was, I was Christian and I was tired of living in sin. And I wanted to get my act together. And I had lots of friends on Facebook. Most of them were single men. And I had a profile I was looking for. Someone intelligent and witty and single. I mean, really single. And this guy showed up, and he said he was retired from the NSA, that he had been a Russian translator, that he had officially been U.S. Air Force. And the being retired, not so much. The being a Russian translator, yes, he was. He's the character that the agent, the American agent in The Hunt for Red October was based on. So he brought in detectors from a Russian submarine and also a Russian pilot when he was stationed in Japan. In American terms, he was a hero of the Cold War because he had done all these things without killing anyone. That's a major big deal. And so, he was very charming and very educated, and he was a writer. I don't think he's ever published any books because he never quite finished anything. He played drums, and I had known him about 2 years on Facebook, and he had gradually become friendlier over the time. He had been, I think the terminology is grooming me. I thought he was courting me. There's a slight difference in those terms. Yes, and he was a year older than I was, so my age and size didn't appear to be a big deal for him. So, I was in the process of moving out, and I got hurt at work in 2008. And so this was a difficult, long process for me. Most of my belongings were going to go into storage, and I was going to be moving into a friend's bedroom that she had furnished, which meant none of my things were going to be there except my clothes. And I was depressed about it, had a lot of mixed feelings. And this man's name was Steve. I won't mention his last name. And he decided to send me $1,000 to help me move, and if there was enough money left over to come see him. And he was sharing his sister's house in York, Pennsylvania, which is a bedroom community for the NSA agents. And I ended up, the day before I was supposed to move, Lou told me that his cancer had come back and that he was dying and that that's why he had been such a dick. And I actually do love the guy, so I bought it. And I told him about Steve and told him that I was going to go. And he spent the next 9 days trying to talk me out of it. And in retrospect, I wish he had, but I got on an airplane, flew from California to Baltimore, Maryland, and Steve was there, and he was a lot smaller than he had presented himself on Facebook, which made me feel really, really self-conscious because I'm 5'7" and over 200 pounds and well over 200 pounds. And he was also 5'7" and he was about 180. So it's not that common for the woman to be that much larger than the man. And I really felt self-conscious. But we ended up spending 11 days together, and he actually married me, but not in a legal ceremony. And during the time of our supposed honeymoon, he kept taking me to all of these things concerning Wizard of Oz. And there is a place in Washington, D.C. that is the National Temple for the Mormon Church. And it greatly resembles the Emerald City in the Wizard of Oz movie. And every time we would pass by it in our travels, he would tell me about this big sign that they put up that said Free Dorothy. And he repeated it over and over and over and over and over and over and over during the 11 days we spent together. And then one day he says, it's time for you to go home to Lou. And he started to drive me to the airport and basically had what appeared to be a paralysis episode. So we had to pull over for several hours till it cleared, which made me miss the plane. So we got a hotel room for the night. And I don't know what his plan was, but he still kept repeating this Free Dorothy stuff. And when I got home, I was ill, physically ill. I was nauseous. Well, this was after the plane flight. My feet were swollen to 3 times the normal size. My shoes had cut my feet where I was bleeding. I was nauseous and dizzy, and it was almost like some sort of drug withdrawal. And I've always been able to see into 4D. Okay? But I could filter it out. And from that point on, I have not been able to filter it out. It is there all the time, overlapping 3D. So whatever is in my astral life, I see it. And it's like an overlay over 3D reality. So I'm like sorting these things out all the time. This is my new normal. And there was a telepathic connection between Steve and I that is still there, even though he's been dead for 3 years. In fact, a couple of nights ago, he came to visit me, check on me, see how I was doing. And that's incredibly disturbing. Especially when you know it's a dead person. Him coming to see me after he died was how I knew he had been murdered, because he showed me the mental image of the person who injected something into his IV that he died from. The rest of his family thinks he just died in the hospital. But I got home, and I was sick. And a week later, he had an asthma attack at his sister's house, and she refused to call and have an ambulance come get him. And he ended up having a heart attack and basically dying. And they revived him in the hospital and had him under medical paralysis for another week. Yeah, it was
clinical coma.
A clinical coma. And when they withdrew the drug, he didn't come out on his own. And because of this telepathic connection, I was getting visions of him floating above his body. He wanted to die. And something ripped loose inside of me. And I screamed, no. Not enough that the neighbors would walk away, had to have heard me. And it was like power came out in my hand. And I'm 3,000 miles away from him. You know, I'm in California and he's in York, Pennsylvania. This is a huge distance. This is not like around the corner. And up to that, he kept telling me he was going to come here and live with Lou and I. Men are weird, especially in America.
All right.
So, anyway, yeah, there are a lot of weirdnesses in the single scene in America. And I'll just leave it at that. Things that I never would have thought of when I was your age. So, if he had been telling me that. Now, when he came out of the coma, he acted like he didn't remember me at all. He even unfriended me on Facebook. And it was years before he sent me a friend request again. Meanwhile, I have all these psionic experiences piling up on me because that's what came first, was the paranormal crap. So I stopped sleeping. I was lucid 24/7. I still am if I don't take drugs to sleep. And I would have visions during that time, and what the New Age community calls downloads. And I had been a devout Christian before. I kept getting excommunicated because I actually believed in the Sermon on the Mount. And the last time I was excommunicated, it was for living with Lou without being married to him. So that was part of my motive for wanting to leave. So, but all of that, all of my Christian belief just fell away. It was like, I don't believe that crap. And I still remember it. I still remember believing it. I still remember all the decades of Christian study that I did. I went to seminary. I was a postulant for holy orders. I was a lay reader in the Anglican Church. I was licensed to preach if the pastor took sick. I mean, we're talking the kind of devout that makes people crazy. And it was like a light switch had been flipped off. It was gone. And I was having all this stuff happen that most anybody else would have called it demonic, and I'm sitting there just watching it going, oh, who are you? And some of them would tell me their names, and I looked some of them up, and yeah, they're in somebody's mythology because they come up on Google. Some of them are good guys and some of them are bad guys. I've had Michael show up, the archangel. I've had Lucifer show up, the other version's archangel. So, you know, I don't argue with them anymore. They show up. If they're decent to me and don't ask me to do stuff, I let them hang around. If they ask me to do stuff I don't want to do, I make them leave. So, it makes me sound crazy as hell. But there were also these memories that could not possibly have happened in my real world life as I knew it. They could not possibly have happened on Earth, anywhere that I know of. They were in this big lump, and they were all in German. And I studied German in high school and junior college back in 1970. You know, I've kind of kept where I can half-ass speak it, like a 3 or 4-year-old. I don't remember declensions. I can't remember noun genders. And God help me if I try to conjugate a verb. But if I'm reading it, I get the general drift. If I'm trying to speak it, I'm like a little kid. I've been told my accent is perfect, like a native speaker. But so I had all these memories in German of raptors coming through a wall and shredding children. And they were so real, I could not only smell but taste the blood. I knew that did not happen on Earth. And so I started looking for, this was too real to not be real. So when and where and how could this have happened? And I'm educated. I was a senior in university when I had to drop out for having lupus. So I was pre-med microbiology and chemistry. I'm not, you know, I'm not an idiot. I know how to research. So I started looking into reptilians because it was raptors who came through the door, through the wall. And I had always had some memories. I knew that in my past I had levitated. I knew that I could hear thoughts part of the time. I knew that when I got angry, that electronics would blow up. When I was a child, I don't know how the technology was in Russia, but in America, when I was a child in the 1960s, televisions had tubes in them.
Right. Exactly.
And you would take them out and you would test them because the tubes would go bad and you'd have to figure out which one. Okay, my father would hand this to me while he was going through, and he would write down the numbers and check yes or no. Well, I was dusting them off with my hand, and it took the numbers off. Oh, Dad was absolutely livid. And you did not make Dad mad. He had a temper. And I think the most polite way to put it is I got my ass beat. And he never handed me the tubes again. But he had to go through and figure out which tube each of them was. He had to get a whole new set for the TV. It would have been cheaper to buy a new TV. And I was in big trouble. But about a year later, he had the guy come in to degauss the TV. I don't know if you remember that process or not. It was necessary for cathode ray tubes. And I watched the guy with his magnet playing with it. And the next time the TV got screwy, I did the same motions with my hand. And it fixed it. And so, you know, these were things that were in my background before the memories came. So, since I didn't know what I was remembering, I started doing research. And these people are probably going to be absolutely mortified that I named them. But I read Richard Dolan's books. I read Joseph Farrell's books. I read books that I can't even think of her name. The lady that was researching the cattle mutilations. I read her books.
Is that Linda Moulton? Yeah. Okay.
Linda Moulton, yes, I read her books. And out of all of the authors that were out there, I dearly, dearly loved James Mars. He wrote logically, down to earth, in common language. You didn't have to think about what was he saying. He was not confusing at all. He was very to the point and laid it down in logical terms. Okay, so with that background, I started listening to the whistleblowers on YouTube.
And that was which year?
When I met Steve was in April of 2013. And by 2014, I was starting to watch the videos. And Randy Kramer's experiences on Mars were the closest to what I remembered. Not exactly right, because I didn't remember being in the battles.
Right.
But
the MDF.
I was not in the same faction he was. So the memories were different, but the overall picture was the closest to his.
Okay.
So I thought, okay, all right, this is what we're talking about. And then I read Michael Ralph's website and the two books he has on there. And I thought, okay, that pretty much narrows it down to Mars. And then I started looking for help to make sense of the blob of memories. And I ended up in a Facebook group where Fritz Springmeier declared that I was a demon. Not that I was possessed like he says all the other MELABs are, but that I actually was a demon. And I'm like, oh shit. Suddenly being attacked all over Facebook by any person that listened to him about me. Well, I was in this chat room with, there were about 20 of us. And we were all in various stages of remembering. And we said, there's no place out there for those of us who are remembering serving in space. There are for the MELABs, there are for the Montauk people, there are for everybody else. But they treat us like we're different. Like we're not even human anymore. And so that was when we formed our SSP group. And within the first year, we had 2,000 members. And because we had so many admins go batshit, because we are very damaged people and occasionally do go off the deep end, we have this rule that it takes 2 admins to ban somebody. The first big lump of memories was all from one altar. That was the altar who went through, I guess she was the first one that was split off.
Okay.
Because she was the one that remembered, Langley and remembered Montauk and remembered going to Mars and then remembered being on a freighter. And she was out there, she was away from home for 55 years. So that was, they called her Penelope Valkyrin because the unit in the Mars Defense Force that she served with was called the Valkyrin, the Valkyries. We were all women fighter pilots. So
is this common for programs to actually first create an altar and then train you and send you away in that altar, not as you, right? Is that a common thing? Okay. So it's not.
I don't want the Earth version of you to remember any of it.
To know anything, right? So when they get you back, so that when they get you back, they can switch you over to your Earth self, and you have no idea, right?
You have no idea,
right.
And you know you can't expose something you don't remember.
Right.
And there are clues because you'll have a small child doing very adult things inappropriately. You'll have kids who pick up on a language way too fast because the altar spoke that language. What did I do to my dad? I was 6, and he had a hunting rifle that he kept behind the door, a 30-06. And I sat down one day and took it apart and cleaned it and put it back together. And he said, "How did you know how to do that?" I go, "I don't know." So he was a bit leery of me for a while.
What else did you have? What else did you have? Anything else that you remember from that? I mean, as you look back, there must have been many things like that. Did you ever feel any connection with the subject? I mean, like Mars, the space, aliens, whatever.
When I was 10 years old, we had a school assignment to keep a scrapbook.
Right.
And mine was on UFOs.
So you could pick which subject you want to do it, right? On, and you did the one on UFOs. Okay.
My mother was mortified. You got to understand, my father was a preacher for the Church of Christ, the version that doesn't have instrumental music. They are a cult, a religious cult. And my mother did whatever my dad said, and they had me. And my father died in 1980, and my mother is, to this day, mortified by everything I do. So, yeah. She has at least 3 altars.
Right.
And one of them has programming to be my handler. And so I just basically avoid her. It's easier on both of us.
So, do you know now, or do you have any idea right now about what was going on around your family as you grew up? Because you must have had something happen that would give you a clue that someone was taken, or someone was,
They thought I slept. They thought I walked in my sleep. And I had trouble sleeping at night. I still do. My subconscious thinks it's not safe. My brothers both had similar behaviors. Oh, gee. You know, a lot of the stuff that we did, the behaviors we expressed, were on a par with what severely abused children act like. And Dad did abuse us. We were not raped at home, but we were severely beaten on an ongoing and regular basis. He believed in spare the rod and spoil the child. And he had no patience with us. And once he started swinging, he couldn't stop until Mom stopped him. And she didn't unless she thought he was going to kill us. So there would be, there would be lots of missing time from school because we had been beaten so badly we couldn't walk. He smoked inside the house, so we all had asthma really bad and caught everything. So you have these sickly, abused children already just based on the here and now. And you add in the stuff from being MK and MELAB, and it makes this big lump that I don't know why the schools didn't report us to Child Protective Services. Or that may have been why we moved so much. I ended up going to 36 different schools before I graduated high school. And the normal is 3. Elementary school, junior high, high school. That's the normal. And I went to 36. So I sat down one day and counted them up. It was 36 different schools. And that's not normal. And people should have noticed and didn't. And I think part of the problem was Dad was avoiding Child Protective Services, but Dad also hated the military. And I suspect because we would move and then 2 weeks later move again. As a child, I'm looking back on this and thinking he was trying to get away from someone. So he had to know there was someone abducting us and not an ET, someone human. Because I remember being taken by humans. I don't remember being abducted by aliens. I do remember there were times they would wear costumes to look like reptilians. But when you stop being scared, you can see the zippers. And I would start unzipping them. So they stopped the costumes. So yeah, it's like, the last time that I had an actual ET abduction was in 1995. There were bright lights outside, and then I woke up on the spaceship. I was inside basically a plexiglass tube, and the clear plastic hard ones, and I was strapped to a board of some kind inside of it, and then stood up. And I was naked. That's always embarrassing. And they were angry. And they were asking me telepathically what had happened to my uterus. Well, I had had cancer surgery in 1988. And so I told them I had cancer. And they were very angry. Apparently they wanted me to have a baby for them. And I had been part of the breeding program when I was first married because I lost 4 babies right in a row. And so they were apparently wanting to continue that. And because I no longer had a uterus, they couldn't. And they left a mark on my arm.
I can't see it.
I've scratched it badly.
Okay.
It used to be 2 squares on point. And I've scratched it because it itched. Eventually, Lou took a car mechanic magnet to it, and it stopped itching after that. But,
Who were they?
so there was a Naga in the back. Could have been the twin sister of the one that was at Langley. So for people who haven't heard that or haven't heard it yet, a Naga is they're not hybrids, but they look like what would happen if you crossed a human with a snake.
So bipedal, arms, legs, but like sort of like
the head is very reptilian, but the torso is human, and they have arms and hands like a human, and everything else is snake-like, and they have scales. So they are completely reptilian with some shapes. And she was black on her back and cream on her belly and had bright blue eyes. But very reptilian. And she was in charge. And there was a row of, I don't know what race they were. You know the ivory statues of the Chinese sages?
Which ones?
The ones with the really big...
The big heads? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That's what they looked like, except they were a beige color. Not really a human color like skin, but beige. And they had brown eyes. And they were all telepathic. Nobody talked. Nobody talked with their mouths. So there was the one Naga and 4 of these sage-looking guys. I have no idea where they were from. I understand that the Naga themselves are from Cassiopeia.
So the other guys, they looked exactly like those, like elderly looking guys.
Wow. They looked exactly like that.
with like beard running and stuff, mustache.
Well, with like tiny, like they. But yeah. I'm sorry. I never said this was normal.
Okay, so let's.
But yeah, that was what, almost 15 years. Well, that was in 1995, and my memories were brought back in 2013. So yeah, I've had stuff all along that told me there was something different about me, but
nothing too telling.
you can Yeah, nothing that says, you served in space. Yeah.
Okay, just to clarify, the two words "Free Dorothy" was actually the code word to activate you.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Free Dorothy.
And Dorothy is the name of the girl in The Wizard of Oz, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just for the viewers who watched this. So he was taking you there, and the Wizard of Oz is of course the prime original MKUltra programming system, right? That they used.
They have Wizard of Oz, and they have
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yes. Sure.
Yes, they have Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland, and I understand that they have a couple more now. But Wizard of Oz was what was used on me for that altar. Now they use different programs for different altars because altars are set up in a parallel.
Do you remember like watching Wizard of Oz when you were a child and having some kind of weird sense of something, or nothing of that?
Yes,
you did.
It felt like it was real instead of like it was a fantasy. But I've had that with other movies since. Things that should have been purely fiction felt real. And some of them have turned out to be from programming, and others have turned out to be from my family history.
Past lives and stuff. Robin Hood
is Robin Hood. The real Robin Hood was Aubrey de Vere, and he's in my family tree. There was a real King Arthur, and his father was the real first Pendragon of Wales, and they are in my family tree. And so some of the stories that felt real, even though they were supposed to be fiction, it's turned out that the real people are in my family tree. So that's like a genetic memory, which science is showing genetic memory is real.
Sure. So the main question then is, why was Steve sent to do this? Was he conscious of it? He obviously knew what he was doing, right? So
he obviously knew what he was doing, and he never told me what his purpose for it was.
Sure, but do you think they kind of was that like a counteraction or counter programming on their part to activate your memory so you could be set out there? Were they like at odds with the CIA, or how? What was your take on that?
My take on it is that the NSA and the CIA are in a agency war for funding and for funding. And they've been in an agency war for funding since 9/11 happened, and both agencies were blamed for dropping the ball.
So that's what you can gather from why they would do it.
That's only that I cannot see any other rational motive. There's no other rational motive to have activated me. It makes no sense at all why a spy agency would expose a secret asset of another spy agency unless it was part of their interagency war. that's the biggest question I have about this whole thing is why the hell did they decide to activate me? Because I'm the only one that I know of that was deliberately activated. Everybody else, it's been they had an MRI, or they got a bump on the head, or they just started talking because they'd remembered it all along. I'm the only one that I know of that was deliberately activated. And it's like, why? Why? Why fuck with my life? If they had left me alone, I would never have gone to this. I wasn't even planning to be public with it until I started being shot at with energy weapons. They started with 3 directed energy weapons and followed up with lasers after that. And then they put, this one board that's between the 2 doors, that has metal on the back side of it because there's a device in that wall aimed at this chair. Yeah. We thought the smartest thing to do was block the device because if we take it out, they'll just put in a new one. Langley. I was 4 when they came and got me. And it was the summer of 1959. And I was wearing a cotton nightie that my mom had made for me. And soldiers came into the house and they were in Green Army fatigues. And they just came. Everybody else was asleep and nobody woke up. Nobody. Normally it would have woke my dad up in an instant, but nobody woke up. And they put me in the back of a Jeep, and we just drove for days. At night, not in the daytime. We kind of followed Route 66 backwards. I lived north of there, so we drove down State Route 99 to Route 66 and then east. And part of the time we drove in the daytime, but we were underground. And I don't know where we were, but it was tunnels that they were wide enough for two Jeeps to meet, but we never met anybody. And there were the old big bare light bulbs hanging from wires that were just draped. You would, if you were under one, you could just see the next one. And so it was basically to show you where the tunnel was, not to guide your way. And we would drive, it felt like forever. And we ended up in Virginia. And this was before the CIA headquarters were there. So I don't know which building I was kept in. I was kept in the basement. And somewhere along the line I was mind wiped so that I wouldn't remember my family, wouldn't cry for my mother, you know. I still spoke English, but just barely. I mean, I was 4. I was very eloquent for a 4-year-old, but I was still a 4-year-old. And they started a mind fracture by holding me head first into a tub of water until I drowned. And I woke up inside the regeneration tank. And the regeneration tank has a green gel that you float in. So it's one of those areas where you have no stimulation. It can't. Yeah. And when I woke up, my head was shaved. So I had no hair, which was, my hair was stringy and tangled easily. And after all that travel and no brush, it was probably a mess anyway. So I wasn't worried about it. I don't know why I didn't remember my family, but I did remember the trip. Maybe it's different altered memories. But I had a number put on me here. There's no scar, but I think it was more of a stamp rather than a tattoo. But I was number 7. The agent who activated my memories had been number 5. That was part of why he appealed to me. That part of me remembered him. He remembered having been a number 5. That number meant something to him, but I don't think he remembered being at Langley. But they had this list of tortures that they put us through to mind fracture us. When an adult goes through these things, they just give up and die or go catatonic. When a small enough child is put through them, the child will choose to live by separating a piece of themselves as a bubble around that memory. So they're basically taking that memory and setting it aside. Like, that didn't happen. The goal was to form a 13 by 13 by 13 cubic array of those bubbles in a hierarchical sequence. So they only trained one to say kill people with their mind, and all of the subalterns would learn it from that one. This was standard operating procedure. So that, when you add it up, it's just under 2,200 altars.
Is 2,200 altars, does it mean that you have had 2,200 trauma experiences? So every time there is a trauma, there is no new altar created?
That was their goal. I don't think they were that efficient. I think there were times that I was stubborn and they had to redo it. Okay. When it got to where you stopped responding to a specific torture, they would go to the next one on the list. They started with drowning because they wanted you to learn to breathe in the regeneration tank, which was a liquid. And later, when I was home, I had trouble learning to swim because I would keep breathing full. Well, that's what they got me to do at Langley. So I don't remember all of the tortures because I haven't accessed enough of those altars to know what all the tortures were. What I remember, I was drowned, I was raped repeatedly, sodomized, nailed inside a wall and left to suffocate, locked inside a vault with other children with no food or water. I was shot. I was also shot through the heart. Not only by the staff, but by other children, because we were forced to kill each other. Part of what we were learning was that death was not an option. That you could be obviously dead and the next day or two you'd be back. And that has been true in the service, is you're dead, you're dumped into regeneration, or put into a new clone body. So you may be dead today, but you're not tomorrow. There is no escape. You will always be part of them. Death is not permanent. You don't get to escape them. So, the one about being nailed into the wall, I had nightmares about that for decades before the memory came back. And it was basically variations of a ugly little blonde child that a woman would open a cabinet door and the child would crawl in and crawl through the wall and just basically act like a squirrel in the wall. That was what the nightmare was. And when the memory finally came, it was they had a section of the wall that had been emptied of all of the insulation and wiring and everything. It was just an empty section that was a little bit bigger than most of us were. And they would shove us in it, put a piece of plywood over it, and screw it in. And just leave us there. So, when I finally accepted that that's what the memory was, the nightmares stopped. But the memory of them is still very vivid. There was a neighbor child in the 1990s that looked so much like the little girl in the nightmares that I was having those on a regular basis. So the fact that I thought of her as an ugly child gives you some idea of my self-image at the time. So I was tiny and thin, and my head kept being shaved, and I was kept in hospital pajamas all the time, and I probably thought I was ugly. And I don't remember them telling me I was, but it wouldn't shock me if they had. But the people I worked with, hell of a way to put it, the people that were in charge of mind fracturing me were all Americans. I think one had a German accent. There were several ETs around. Most of them were Mansids or Greys.
That was at Langley, all of that, right?
That was at Langley. And I didn't see them often. I know there were once I was taken out of our area and down a hall where I could see into, might have been a typing pool. You know, the days before computers where they all had the typewriters?
Yep.
Because there were people in there typing, and there were ETs standing with them, supervising. And I was taken down the hall to somewhere else, and that was where I met the one Naga lady who was in a white lab coat, just like it was normal. So, with my memories of these people, their faces are completely missing. There was one Christmas party, and my feeling is that it was when the CIA headquarters was dedicated. And some of us were brought to that, and I was in an actual dress. Still had a bald head. And there was a Christmas tree in the corner, and my memories, everybody stops at the hips. I can see skirts and stockings, high heels. I can see slacks and dress shoes. Everything above that, they're invisible. So that's obviously my memory was erased by some means. I didn't think they had the technology then, but they probably did when I was sent back to be able to fine-tune it like that.
Okay. How do you know this was Langley base per se? How did you find it out?
When I think about it, it's like the word Langley is scribbled across there.
Okay.
I don't know how else to explain it. It's the memory says it's Langley.
Okay.
So they may have told me. I don't know. But
so this has to have been a very sectioned off area. I assume. I mean, it should have been some kind of a very separated, isolated sector there, right, at the base, where all of that reality was happening, while the rest of the base was probably just regular, personnel and stuff.
It was underground. I'm not sure how many levels underground. And it had the feel of a prison hospital.
So no windows, you never saw like sunlight or anything?
No, there were no windows. Everything was white. The walls were tiled up to about a meter high. It was probably 3 feet, but it was about that range. And the tiles were white, the walls were white, the floors had white tiles. As much of the furniture as they could paint white was white. It was white. My personal room number 7, had a cot and a small toilet and a small sink and no mirror and one window in the door, and it was very small, so they could see me, not so I could see anything. And my pajamas were white, and the one blanket I had was white. And they would get really concerned if I sat and walked, because that was a sign of going catatonic. And they lost the kids that went catatonic. That was the mind was giving up. They wanted you to want to live, but they wanted to break you. And 80% of my group went catatonic.
How many children were there that you remember?
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
There were hundreds when I got there. Hundreds. And 80%.
Did you see them all in like one place at a time sometimes?
We would occasionally be in a cafeteria space.
Okay.
We were not allowed to interact. But we would be in the cafeteria together. And that's how I knew that Steve had been there, was because I had seen him in the cafeteria. And
but you were all separated in your own rooms? No one could
Yes.
go out. So during the day you would have all this kind of stuff happen. Sometimes you would just sit there for the whole day. Yeah.
sometimes you're in the room for the whole day, for the whole week. And then they would come in the middle of the night and yank you out and do crap to you. And plop you back into the room if they hadn't killed you, or put you in a regen tank, and when you came out they'd hose you off, put you in fresh PJs and put you back in your room. Sometimes they would bring you food in your room. Sometimes they'd let you starve. And then other times, if they thought you'd been in solitary long enough, they'd pull you into the cafeteria with other kids that you weren't allowed to play with, you weren't allowed to talk to. You had to just sit and eat, or whatever assignment they had for you.
Was there any
Not at that point.
Okay.
At that point, they were concentrating on mind fracture. That was the first year and a half.
So that's 1959 to 1960.
By the end of 1960, By the end of 1960, I had the required number of alters. 1961, I went to Montauk for 6 months, and they kept me in a cage. And at the end of the 6 months, they brought me back to my same little room at Langley. And I was driven in a car between those places. So I knew it was Montauk, and at that point I knew it was Langley because I could read the signs. Because Mom had taught me to read and write when I was 4. So they may have erased Mom, but they didn't erase the read and write. So I may have been the only one of the kids that could read and write. I don't know.
Were there older kids? I mean, you were 4, 5, 6 years old. Were there kids that were like in their preteens or something?
They had, the group of us were between 4 and 8 when we got there. We were all little. Whoever had done the preliminary research knew that it required little kids.
Sure.
That the older kids would die. And they were hoping more of us would live. But 80% of us died the first year. That's outrageous waste. I mean, I don't know why the Department of Defense tolerated it. I don't know why the CIA tolerated it, losing that many of us. But my understanding from other veterans of these programs is that by 1980 that they had stopped doing the extreme mind fracture, that they were only doing like 30 alters each.
The people around you, the employees there, was there a lot of, would you say, like qualified personnel who knew like doctors? I presume those were like psychiatrists with special skills, right? We're doing that. First of all, where do you think this whole technique come from? Did it all come from Germany, or was it? Do you think it was there before? Did they know about this before? How did they know how to mind fracture, the technique and everything?
I don't know from my memories.
Okay.
I have done research, and there was a lot of research in the 1800s. Americans, English, Germans, French, and Russians, Austrians. There was almost a Cold War about this type of agent. And a lot of research was done and then buried. So that in the 1960s, we see the KGB and the CIA and MI5 all doing the same research again. So I think the level that I was at, they were building on the old research. So I think the publicly known MK Ultra was repeating the old research. And this time using drugs that were not available in the 1800s.
That's right. The LSD and stuff.
Yeah, LSD was a new drug.
So the people around you, what was their demeanor like? Were they like just cold, soulless to you, or was there any interaction? Were they like sadistic, or how did they communicate all of this?
The people in charge were sadistic. They enjoyed what they did to us. The day-to-day people that were carrying out their orders were cold and clinical, like this was just another day's work.
They probably might have been mind fracturing themselves to do this.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. Especially the ones doing it today. They're probably mind fractured. But the ones then, it's like, there was no mercy. There was no defense. I know my abilities were weaponized by them attacking me, because that's what happened when I came back from Montauk, was my abilities were weaponized, and then I was taught the skills that they wanted my alters to have. I was taught how to destroy electronics with my mind. I was taught how to kill people with my mind. I was taught how to kill people with weapons. I was taught how to be a female assassin without getting caught. And part of that is the ninja invisibility. You put up a field from your own chi that makes it where people don't even see you. I have memories of an assassin alter who walks out of a hotel room stark naked, covered in her victim's blood, and no one even sees her. They look right through her like she's not there. I have no idea how she pulls this off, but I've seen her do it more than once. That's once the first altar was activated. I've had others, almost like dominoes. The ones that were close to it they start by, I wake up in that altar with it active and watch what it does with the inability to affect what it does.
Okay. Is that a memory or is it in real time, usually?
It's in real time.
No, I mean, is it from the past or?
No, I have altars still active.
Okay, we should probably talk about it more in detail, because a lot of people still don't understand how you can be somewhere with your altar and physically be here. Okay. All right. So you remember the training, the battle training, the weapons training, the psionic training as well. Martial arts as well. Everything.
Martial arts. Magic. We were taught magic by Bavarian Illuminati. We had training from Knights Templar. We had Japanese ninjas come teach us, and it was a very complex training.
Do you remember anything like most clearly that you can describe? Any part of it?
We would be set against each other, where we had to have shielding to protect from each other, and it was, the orders were only one of us was coming out of the room alive, and there might be 5 of us in the room, and it was no holds barred, use whatever you got. Only one of you is coming out alive. We were forced into killing each other. And there were no alliances. You did what you had to do, and you survived, and you got out. Or you didn't. And you ended up in the regeneration tank, and however long it took to recover from the injuries, you'd be in there, and then it would be back to the same thing because you didn't pass. And
So they would do it until you passed.
Maybe. They might make you pass 5 or 6 times.
Right.
30. And there was no rhyme or reason to it. You might be in the middle of another training, and they'll pull you out for a couple of days for something else. There was no structure. There was no continuity. It was constant chaos. We were never allowed to be on solid footing. We were always at their whim. As in, we were not people who mattered. We were assets. We were tools. We were owned, and death was not an option. They kept reinforcing the idea that they owned us and they could do whatever the hell they wanted to us. And there was nothing we were allowed to do. Now, one of the skills that I had was the ability to blow people's heads up or stop their hearts. And I practiced this on the idiots that were running the program. That was when they found out I could do it, was because I did it to them. And they were not happy coming out of the regen tank. They weren't happy about coming out of the regen tank at all, because you come out with full memory of what happened before you went in.
So you remember how you were killed, right? When you came out.
Yeah. You remember how you were killed, and you remember what it felt like. And who did it. And so the anger levels get really high. And we were not allowed to be angry, except at some point you figured out that anger would power the psionics weapons. You could channel that anger into the ability and use it against the person you were angry with. And that was like a major breakthrough, to learn to channel that energy. And they gave the impression they were angry with me.
Okay.
But they may or may not have been. They lied a lot. I mean, I don't know how to put it other than that. They lied a lot. They would tell you, oh, if you do this, then we'll let you have that, and then you'd never get it. And there was no affection, there was no respect, there was no, all the things that little kids need. I mean, you're a dad, you know what little kids need. We didn't get any of that. So, we were not loved, we were tortured, we were not kept warm, we were not given any of the things that children normally need. After my abuse with the program and my abuse with my parents, when I had kids of my own, I would sit there in a situation and think, what would my mother do? And then do the exact opposite. That was the way I raised my kids, was the opposite of how I had been raised. And they grew up, and they're all 3 married, and they're all 3 self-supporting, and none of them are in jail, and they're good people. So the opposite of what I was raised like turned out to be the best plan. So, my experience at Langley was not something I would wish on my worst enemy. That's the honest truth. And if they are still doing anything of the sort to anyone, it should be stopped.
Do you think they still are?
I've had people from other factions tell me it's been stopped, that it was considered a waste of prime assets because so many of us died. And I would agree with that assessment. But in the SSP group, I have too many young people in their 20s coming to me with similar memories for me to believe that it's stopped. And these are not just Americans. These are from all over the world. A significant number of them, English is a second language for them. So these are not just English-speaking people. These are from everywhere. The biggest commonality is that they have Merovingian in their family tree.
So Europeans,
So-
mostly, right? Europeans or anywhere, I guess.
Merovingians were 1,500 years ago. Those people got around a lot. So they could be anywhere. Anywhere that Europeans ever went, which is everywhere on the planet. So,
So the ETs there then, the mantids and the greys. Were you ever in the same setting with them, or what do you remember? What was their role there? What did they do?
I never saw them outside the offices area.
Okay.
They were not involved in the day-to-day work.
But you did see them in the building somewhere.
I saw them on the same floor in the building. The only times I was ever out of that floor were when I was taken to Montauk and brought back, and then when we left to go to New York. There's a jump gate on Long Island, and we were taken there. That's how we got to Mars.
And the Naga being, was you said that she was like a scientist basically with them. Do you know what she did specifically?
No. I had no idea what she did specifically there, but she told me telepathically that it would eventually be okay. So, whatever that means. A lot of ETs tell humans things like that just to calm you down.
Right.
Because we have an emotional energy that is kind of explosive. Especially when it hits a being that's not fully 3D. The bloodline that they were choosing was one that is Nordic hybrid, and we naturally have more psionic abilities than normals. And so when they added the Draco on top of that, and then the teaching us how to use it and weaponizing it, we became dangerous to the ETs in the building. So I'm sure most of her kindness was self-protection.
Sure. How tall was she?
The upright part was almost 6 foot. And she had a good 20-foot tail behind her.
Oh, okay. So it was a snake. It was a snake,
large,
basically snake spine that ended up with a tail.
Uh-huh.
And a torso with like arms and legs and stuff.
Just arms.
Oh, just arms.
Just arms.
So no legs then.
No legs.
I see.
Slithering along. Yes, I inhabit a world where snakes and lizards can talk. Sometimes with their mouths, sometimes with telepathy. There are also mantids who are 8-9 foot tall, talking bugs, and the greys that are anywhere from 3 feet tall to 6 feet tall, and they're mostly telepathic. And this is the world I inhabit. This is normal. I understand it's not for everyone else.
Were there any reptilians on the base that you remember? Apart from, I mean, besides the Naga person.
Not at Langley. There was the one.
Montauk. Yeah.
There was the one at Montauk, but not at Langley. The people involved with the mind fracture and weaponization were all human. And I've had lots and lots and lots and lots of people balk at that. They want to think it's reptilians, but it's not. It's humans.
Or Germans, for that matter. Or Germans, right?
I didn't see any Germans. There was one man who had a German accent. I don't know what their personal ethnicity was, but they spoke English. So
this gives you like an idea of there being like a group of people who are trained and aware and had a project set up by that time, 1960, the end of 1950s, and they were perfectly fine with that. And outside you had your normal day America.
And yes, and there were people probably in the same building, several stories up, who had no clue this was going on at all. They were going about their normal lives.
So was there
coming in, jogging around,
sure,
weapons practice, filling out paperwork, whatever they did.
Was there any
normal Air Force base stuff?
Right, so that's an Air Force base with pilots and everything.
It's an Air Force base, yes. And somewhere on the property there's a building that the basement had this. I don't know if it's even still in the same building, because that was 16 years ago.
Was there any final exam that you took that you remember? Like, what was it at the end of this program, just before you jumped to Mars? What happened?
They told us our time was up. Apparently they had a new group coming in. And I remember hearing the thoughts of the guy in charge. He had gotten chewed out for losing so many of us. I had been there 5 years when they sent me to Mars. So I was 9 when I went through the jump gate.
How many of you?
And I was
at once.
At that one trip, there were, I think, 8 or 9 of us in the elevator that turned into the jump room. But that doesn't mean there were more before and after.
Sure.
So We went into this building and we were still in our pajamas. And we went into the elevator and they said, okay, that's enough. And they had one operator that ran the panel. And there was a panel for regular elevator and there was a slide. And there was a panel for jump gate.
So you mean it wasn't actually in a regular elevator? Not in a secret enclosure?
Yeah. It was in an actual elevator in a building on Long Island in New York.
And you know that building, right?
It's not the Empire State Building.
Okay, all right.
But it was big enough to have an elevator in 1964.
Okay.
And it was right on the river and under a bridge. The only photo that I've seen from that time period, it was a hospital, which would explain why nobody cared that we were in pediatrics. And we were told to huddle in the middle and not touch the edges, not touch the walls. Because the walls kind of morphed into a time tunnel look. And it went through the back and it took about 20 minutes and we were in F0rce.2 on Mars.
As you went, could you see what was going on around you, like the hyperspace, whatever? Was it like
it looked more like the tunnel, from Montauk. The tunnel from Montauk where it had the lubies. It looked more like that. So it was a variation of that technology.
And you couldn't tell where basically the elevator cabin ended and how, like when it morphed into this tunnel, you couldn't see when it was physical and then it wasn't, right? It was like all.
Yeah, it just sort of, if they had us in the middle,
right?
All together. I mean, kids, 8 or 9 little kids huddled together, and the youngest ones are like 9, and we're supposed to touch each other. Come on. After we've been killing each other in training, come on, get real. This ain't happening. So we were in the middle, but it wasn't until the walls appeared to dissolve that we actually hung on to each other. And that was more self-protection.
Yeah. So 20 minutes of this, right?
20 minutes of this, yes. And then we were at F0rce.2. The event horizon.
For a portal of some kind?
Yeah, it creates a portal, but where you go depends on the intentions and abilities of the person in the chair. And when I was there, I'm not sure how long they had been set up. It was the original program, not the one that everybody has been talking about. And it was all of the survivors of Langley. And they spent the first year mind fracturing us. And when they were through with, we had enough altars for them to work with. The next thing they did was take us to Montauk, boys and girls. And I was about 6 when I was taken.
Did you guys live there? Did you like have housing? Stuff like that?
We were in cages in the basement. And I was there about 6 months. And we were treated like lab animals. We were not treated like humans at all. It was as much torture as Langley had been. And there was a warrior Draco. I understand their race is called Juriken, and they are descended from a turtle-looking race. They still have the shell on their back. They don't have wings. They're about 9 feet tall, so they're shorter than the Alpha Drax. And this particular one was male and brown, and he would just sit in a corner and observe. And the guys that were running it, I can see their bodies in white lab coats and black slacks, but when I see their faces, it's like they're gone. So I've had memory work to erase it. And we have a lot of programming like that. I mean, actually it's shocking that any of us remember any of it. But, so I was this tiny, tiny little girl, and I was being kept in a cage and wearing white cotton pajamas, which they were hospital variety, so they tied in the back, and there was a drawstring for the pants. But I was barefoot, and my head was completely shaved. So I was very tiny for my age. They had to use a peach box, the wooden boxes the peaches came in. They had to use one of those for me to sit on in the chair for my shoulders to reach the electrodes in the chair. It has a set of 3 electrodes. 2 hit your shoulders and 1 hits your neck.
And the shoulders are they, there have been some insiders that told that some area near your shoulder blades is actually attached to that. Is that the place that they attached to it?
Well, they tied me in so that I was touching it.
Okay. And what is the purpose of that?
It's how the chair functions.
Okay.
You have to touch at these points for it to function. And it's your psionic ability, your ability to visualize the target is what the chair operates off of. Now, at the time they were testing me, they were testing the butterfly effect, which is the theory that you can go back in time and step on a butterfly and it will change the future.
Right.
And what they found is that there are key individuals who change time, who change history. Key individuals that you can kill off everybody else and it doesn't matter.
So the butterfly effect is actually wrong. The theory is wrong, right?
The theory is wrong. If you stepped on one of the key butterflies, it would make a difference. But if you stepped on a normal run-of-the-mill butterfly, it wouldn't make a difference at all. In the process of all of this work, they found out that the timeline itself is sentient and resists change.
Okay.
So that's a theory that That was from practical research. So that one is proven, but most people don't believe it. They think everything that you do makes a new timeline. It doesn't. It just makes a little more world.
So the Draco were there experimenting together? They also wanted the research, or why would they do
I think they wanted the research because the chair came out of a German ship. It was not an ET ship.
Oh, okay.
And it was not their technology. So they were like, where did they get this? And how does it work? And is this something we can use? So,
I'm sorry, to clarify, you say that the Roswell crash was not an ET craft there?
no, it was a German craft.
A German craft.
Most of the UFO interactions in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s were Germans.
Right, but the 1947, there was no grays there on board?
There might have been a gray. I mean,
no, but you just said that the
Germans interact with more than Draco. Because I've interacted with at least a dozen ET races while I was serving with the Germans.
Right.
So
I mean the Roswell crash.
It's not just certain individual races out there. There's thousands of races out there.
But the Roswell craft, though, was it, according to your information, like a gray alien craft, or was it, or could it have been? I mean, let's talk about the Montauk chair. Could it have been that the Montauk chair was not from the Roswell craft, but from some other craft that you said that the Germans used? So basically, they worked with some race that was there.
Well, they told us it was from the Roswell crash.
Okay.
So it's possible they lied.
Yeah, it's possible that they used that for every cover for every cover story. Yeah, because the reason I'm asking is because there has been so many versions of who exactly and why and how crashed in Roswell that it's crazy. People have been talking about it's actually people from breakaway civilization that went underground, and of course we have the classic gray alien, and you have Dan Burish who talks about, I think it was he talks about the P plus 24,000 timeline, which the people from that time, probably timeline 2 from ours, as he calls it, came back in time and crashed in Roswell. So that's why I'm asking. So probably that was a cover story for your
My
viewers.
understanding, those people is their future is so fucked up that they came back to prevent it.
Sure. That's what happened, basically. That's what he said.
There's lots of people out there, but this was designed for a small adult human. This was not a gray-sized chair. And I remember it as being a turquoise blue because that's the color it glowed when I was in it. But it's actually an almond color. I've seen photos. So,
okay, describe then a typical session.
They would put me in the chair on the peach box so that I would touch the electrodes. And they would scold me, tell me I had to do what they told me to do.
Okay.
And they would give me precise directions. And I was to focus on the hole at the end. Because when they turn it on, you suddenly have the tunnel, the portal. And it's like a stripe that comes alive and makes loops, and it will grab you while you're in there. And You have to focus on the target, or you end up in one of the loops and they can't find you.
Okay.
And they get really mad when they have to go hunt you. And that's part of what the Draco was there, what the Jirakian was there for, was to hunt us down if we got lost, because he could operate it easily. And I was tired of that shit. I'll just put it bluntly. I was tired of being tortured. I was tired of all of the crap they had done to me at Langley. I was tired of being in a cage. I was tired of being treated like an animal. And that was when they found out that I had the ability to go interdimensionally, because I would find a way out of the tunnel and go hide.
Sideways.
I was going sideways.
Okay.
And
would you like diverge directly, go through the wall of the tunnel, or how does that?
Basically, I was going through the ceiling of the tunnel.
Okay.
And
to the hyperspace, so to speak.
Into hyperspace, exactly. I was hiding in hyperspace. And
where would you end up? What would you see then?
What I would end up at was a place of absolute white light and friendly people.
Oh, really?
Each level of, each frequency of a timeline is its own universe. And has its own ecology. And they're different from people, but I'm telepathic and could interact with them. And the place that I ended up with the most, the people resembled what we on Earth call orcs. They had the pigtails, and they wore brown clothing that was like Victorian England, and they were very, very kind to me. Because of the process, I was only half dressed. I only had the pajama bottoms whenever I arrived there. And they would bring these hand quilted blankets and put them around me. And
do they know who you were?
I think by the 20th time I showed up, they did.
Oh my god. How would you pop out? I mean, how would you pop out in their world? Was there like a city, a street? What?
I would pop into their world on a specific street in a very small town. It was like 1700s.
Okay.
It wasn't a modern place. Right. It was a very old-fashioned farm place, and I don't know what they thought I was, but they knew when the Draco came and got me, and they knew I was running away. So sometimes they would hide me, and sometimes they would just put me in a blanket and leave me in the road.
How long would you spend there at the most?
A day, 2.
Oh my god. Did you eat there?
Yeah.
Wow.
They fed me better than Montauk did.
What was their food like? Was it what they were like fully physical? They weren't like any etheric?
When you are in a frequency, it's fully physical.
And you're physical there, and everything is the same. Okay. Wow.
But whenever you go into another timeline, everything looks like a kaleidoscope.
Okay, it's like a chronovisor. It's like impinging on another time, but you're not actually fully present there. You're projecting into it. Okay, I see.
Okay, a timeline is like kaleidoscope. You're not really there.
Okay.
And if you try to make sense of it, you come back crazy. But if you're in your own timeline and it's just another frequency, when you are exactly on the frequency, it's fully physical, just like here.
I see. And you could, I imagine you could somehow naturally attune to their frequency that way.
That was the psionic ability that I had. That why they have me as a navigator in the German program is because I could do this. And this was where they discovered I could do this, was because I was running away. I wanted to get as far away from those people as I could, and I figured out that technology would do it.
Did the orc-looking people freak out the first time you appeared?
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna ask that because
I was very different for their world. So yeah, it was
so,
like.
So we were talking about like classic like Lord of the Rings kind of almost orcs, but only not evil, right? They weren't hostile.
They were not evil at all. They were not hostile. They were kind. They were considerate because they knew I was half naked and they were just covering me up.
Right.
And they would bring me out cups of hot soup.
And you would what? Sit on the street?
I don't know what it was made out of because I was a 6-year-old child, but they would bring me out mugs of soup and something that looked like bread, and they treated me really well.
Did you, when you went there first time, did you know where you were going? Could you pick did you see like multiple frequencies at once and you could like basically pick, or did you just go randomly, or was it something that you most naturally gravitated to, because you said you went there like 20 times, so every time you would go you would end up there?
I think it was something that I naturally gravitated to.
Okay.
I still have telepathic interactions with people.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't know why I have a connection to those people particularly, except that I remembered them as being kind and loving and not how humans here and now would describe them. So I guess as a 6-year-old, I was judging people more how they treated me rather than how they looked. But eventually, the man that was running Montauk got really angry with me, and he had yanked me out of the chair and was going to put me into the incinerator. And the Draco warrior stopped him. He said, "I'll chip her." And the man argued with him that I was useless and insubordinate and uncooperative and deserved to be killed. And
that was an American person?
That was an American. And the Draco told him in English that ability to go interdimensional, and that's how he described it, was more valuable than all of the rest of his test subjects put together. And that he would chip me so that he could find me easier. So,
what was your assignment? What was your original assignment? You said you went off sort of on your own. What was the original assignment? Where should you have ended up, and what did you have to do for them?
What I was assigned to do was, there was a general store somewhere in Western America, and it was in the 1880s. And I was supposed to go to this general store and take an apple from a display basket and bring it back. and not
that's
eat
the
it.
butterfly test, right?
That was the butterfly test.
Okay.
To see what would happen by taking an apple. And someone else was supposed to take it back. And I was this head-shaved little girl in white cotton pajama pants from the hospital. And so if I had been seen, it would have made an effect. And so I wasn't supposed to be seen. I was not supposed to be caught being a thief. And eventually, after I was chipped, I actually went and did it. And at that point, they sent me back to Langley.
So you spent 6 months there, and that's all you did basically. Were you guys rotated? Like this day, for example, today you go, and the next day someone else, or how was it? Okay.
Yeah, there were in the car where we went. There were 4 of us kids that were taking that trip, and we were kept in separate cages in the basement, mostly in the dark. So we had no idea what day it was or how long we were there. But I mean,
what was the
6 months
reason for treating you like this? Was this part of the programming of like like sort of suppressing your whole being, your will, everything, the awareness of where you are, who you are? Okay.
They wanted to keep us completely off kilter. It was brainwashing. They had spent time creating 2,200 altars in me, and they had not yet 2,200 altars. They were so cruel to us that 80% of the kids gave up and went catatonic and were killed. And these were kids. I was one of the youngest. I was 4 when they took me. So you've got kids from 4 to 6 years old in the first year, and they killed 80% of us because we gave up. You create an altar because that child's mind decides they're going to survive.
Right.
And they kept going until 80% of the kids gave up. Now, I understand that in the 1980s that they changed the way that they processed the kids because the powers that be decided that they were losing too many of us. So from 1959, when they took me, until 1980, they were still killing 80% of us.
Disappearing, basically. The kids were disappearing.
Yeah. As far as their parents were concerned, the kids were disappearing. But it was the CIA was killing us because we had stopped cooperating. Okay, the people that they take are Native American, Sephardi Jewish, the ones from the Middle East, not the Khazars. They take people who are descended from the Scythian tribes, and those have scattered all over. They take people from countries that were not Catholic, because the Catholics were killing them off, so there aren't that many left. They have certain bloodlines that they've been tracking since they started digitizing the records. And these bloodlines are actually scattered all over the world. Okay, what they are aiming for first off is Rh negatives. Because there's something about the Rh negative that intensifies whatever ability they would have had anyway. And then in addition to those, they are taking O positives. So this is what they're looking for, is those blood types. It can be A, B, or O if it's a negative, or O positive. That's what they're looking for. Rh negative is an ET line, depending on which blood type, which ET. A negative is Draco. O negative is what we call Anunnaki. They call themselves Jahami. And the B negative is Zeta Grays. And yeah, they all have what we call natural hybrids. All humans on Earth are hybridized. We all have a reptilian brain. We all have stages of life where we have gills. Before we're born, we're all hybrids. So picking out one set of hybrids and demonizing them is a little bit silly. And whenever you look at humanity, their genus Homo is just that, a genus. If you look through the fossil record, there have been at least 20 different species of genus Homo. And we all had certain things in common. We had a bigger brain. We had the capability of speech. We could use tools. We have hands with opposable thumbs. We have feet instead of a set of hands to climb trees. I think some of them still had a tail, but it was very short. But there are still some humans, Homo sapien, that are born with tails.
Right.
So that's not completely out of the question.
Okay, so the Montauk missions, did you guys ever go together on a mission?
I didn't.
You didn't, okay.
I didn't. They considered me to be untrustworthy.
Right.
Because I kept running away.
I see. And so once they've proved that the butterfly theory is not working, do you remember anything that came out of it afterwards?
When I was on Mars, there was discussion about what the Americans were doing with the timeline, and that it was interfering with things that we were doing because their activities had come to the attention of the time police. The galaxy has it's not in English, so this isn't the official name, but they have a galactic authority, which is a combination of judicial system and police, and they don't really have prisons. If you're guilty, they just execute you. And there's a set of laws for anything that would cause issues. And these were hammered out millions of years ago. And the whole galaxy has been following them, except Earth humans. And everybody else is actually pretty good about following them. And there's a set of laws that has to do with time travel, what you're allowed to do and what you're not. And we were told that the Americans, and by that I am pretty sure they meant the Montauk Project, were using time travel to give themselves more power. And they were changing history to give themselves more money, and more prestige and more control. And that this had come to the attention of the Time Police, or the Time Corps, and that they were getting in trouble for it, and that because they were doing it, that the Germans were getting in trouble for a procedure that we called redialing, or rephoning.
Or the anti-telephone that Tony Rodriguez mentioned,
What we would do is we would go through, and if there was a major disaster, we would go through and rescue people. And we were getting in trouble for that because of what Montauk was doing. And so there was some sort of an arrangement worked out between the Germans and the Time Corps. So we had specific parameters where we were allowed to do some things and not others.
The Americans that were running this, the CIA, as vicious and as cruel as they were, who do you think they really are? I mean, what are they descendants from? What secret society, if you will, or what genetic line or soul group? Where did they come from, these people? Who are they specifically?
As far as I know, these people are a subgroup of the current elites. And they are people who genocided the prior elites.
And the prior elites?
The prior elites were hybrids of the Jahami, the Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki, okay.
And the current elites are said to be hybrids of the Draco.
Okay.
Now, there was a lot of interbreeding between the two groups. So I think what we've got is a second level hybrid that is actually Draco and Jahami. And very little human. And in they're not fossils, they're current skulls, but they're like the skulls that they found in South America.
Caracas.
The ones that they're calling Homo capensis.
So those would be the Anunnaki lines, right?
That would be a cross between the Anunnaki and the Draco hybrids.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a subgroup. And because they're incredibly intelligent and have incredible psionic abilities, most of the rest of us are at an extreme disadvantage. We also don't know exactly how long they live.
Did you see any people with elongated skulls on any of these projects?
No.
No, okay.
I did not. I saw regular, normal appearing humans. But the people who are running the CIA, or were when I was at Langley, were normal appearing humans. Some were Americans, some were Germans. But they had... The average human intelligence is defined at being 100, and these people were close to 200. They were incredibly smart and had no compassion at all. None. I've been treated better by Draco than I ever was by those people. They enjoyed torturing small children. They enjoyed their job. This was something that they deeply enjoyed. It was like this was their dream job, was to get to torture small children.
Right, so they weren't having any qualms about this, meaning we have to do this because this is, the operational procedure, it's painful, but that's what we do. That wasn't like that. They were more like a sociopaths enjoying what they do. Okay.
It was like we were not even the same species they were. They were going in, they were torturing us. They had no qualms about it whatsoever. When one of us got to where we would sit in the corner and rock and scream, they would just toss us into the incinerator. And I watched that happen more than once.
Okay.
I watched them come into a group of us in the cafeteria where we were supposed to be quietly eating, and they would just shoot somebody. And that somebody would wake up in the regen tank, and the next day they would be back with us. It was a constant time of you never knew what was going to happen to you. You had no control over your life. You had no idea about time. You had no anything. And there weren't any mirrors. You didn't have to brush your hair because they kept your head shaved. And the room I was in at Langley was about the size of a closet. It was just big enough for a cot and a toilet and a sink. It was not even as large as a cell in a prison. An adult would not have been able to lie down in it. So everything was white. There was no color. The walls were white, the floors were white, our pajamas were white. There was no color, there was no anything. It was simply, we were there to be mind fractured, we were there to be tortured, and they enjoyed it. Now, there were some ETs among them. After I came back from Langley, when they were in the process of programming my altars, there was a Naga, a large, she was black on her back and white on her belly, and she had huge sapphire blue eyes. And she wore a lab coat like the rest of the doctors, and she spoke to me telepathically and told me that it was eventually going to be okay. And that was the only kindness I was ever shown at Langley.
Yeah.
And it wasn't by a human, it was by a reptilian.
Yeah.
So, when I hear normals talking about reptilians like they're demons, I just figure they have no clue how evil humans can actually be. Without any help at all from anything supernatural.
Yeah. I guess the people will have the question of if these people were, as you said, crossbred with reptilians, I mean the American, the CIA side. I guess what we didn't mention is that they would probably be the Jesuits who were posing as Catholics there, weren't they?
No, there are several groups that are affiliated with the CIA. One is the Bavarian Illuminati. And they are Draco hybrid.
Okay.
Another is the Jesuits from the Vatican, and they say there are 3 popes. The white pope is the one that the world sees, and the black pope is the head of the Jesuits, and the gray pope is the head of the 13 families that came from Italy the De Medici is one of them.
Okay.
And so we're talking that far back in history.
I see.
Most of those were Lombards. That was their tribe.
Right. So,
because we don't keep our side of the bargain. They set out property rights long ago.
is it not the same? Okay.
They don't want that. Subject Planet gets on TV saying that oh yeah, they're dumped out of the solar system. Because they obviously wanted their kids protected. Animals and beings, things.
When two people go and
And they pitch on the floor. That were here, this looking out and starting to look. It was pulse perfect view. And the navigator can also set this was not
other subject.
The political landmine Earth was printed on it. Ended under Obama and Trump's exposed the kidnapping. And they're black and they're about not a nice person. They that would happen to us. No one turned down.
No.
They had already.
Because not all of these people are
really intimidating. To most of them, we weren't.
the Orion branch in this
Out there.
mean. So it would always
They take your consciousness, your mind, because the here and now penny is just another altar,
right.
as far as they're concerned. Okay. So they, and I was not allowed to enter that into my defense during the court-martial. So I made sure that it got to high command. And so far, they have chosen to not investigate him.
Is it because you're in the middle of a big operation right now?
Well, that's part of it. Is we're in the middle of a big operation.
We're talking about like a time frame in the future, so the bleed through you have is from that time. It's not before or after. What I mean is, there probably is an outcome there, but you don't have access to that, right?
It's like here.
Oh, it's parallel with us.
It's parallel with us. It's real time.
It's real time.
In real time, this man is abusing me, and I know by the end of the 60 and back, nothing's going to be done about him because I'm already back from all that. So there were 5 of us from the SSP group all in one place that will tell you nasty crap.
That she's been
I don't have it when I'm back on Earth.